Doug Harsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Lots to talk about. Good weekend in the NFL if you're a Detroit Lions fan. Given the fact that the Lions beat Denver 42-17 to improve to 10-4, you mix in Dallas losing badly at Buffalo, and then last night Seattle upsetting the Philadelphia Eagles, and suddenly Detroit controls its own destiny for the number 2 seed in the NFC. And look, if had Philly won last night, Detroit would have clinched a playoff spot. And I'm not particularly concerned about them hanging on to a playoff spot. I do think it's important to win the division. Make sure you get host that playoff game. Dan Campbell was asked about it this morning, and he wasn't going to move beyond the task at hand. We kind of ran out of time with Jared Goff, and I made the strategic decision not to ask him about the trying to be the 2 seed because I just figured, knowing him, he's just going to say, we're worried about Minnesota. We're going to focus on Minnesota, and if we win that, we win the division, et cetera, et cetera. But the reason, and so we kind of ran out of time, and I'm like, well, if I got to cut a question, this is the one I'm going to cut. But, you know, that Philly loss, giving Detroit its own destiny for the number 2 seed is fun and exciting, and it's a goal above and beyond if they win against Minnesota this Sunday. Because here's the thing. Then they're going to have a decision to make of how do we approach this? Do we go all in to be the 2 seed? Or do we try to maybe give some guys who are banged up front on the offensive line a bit of a break and get them ready for the playoffs? Because if they're not the 2, they're the 3. All right? They're not going to be the 4. So if they're not the 2, they're the 3. And you can make a strong case that you maybe play the starters at Dallas, but because you don't want to get Jared Goff hurt either. And so if you're going to start replacing guys on the offensive line, you might need to also then replace the quarterback, because you don't want Jared Goff to be any more exposed to taking more hits than necessary. But you also don't want a guy sitting out 3 weeks, prior to the playoffs with 2 games to go. So I don't know. There's some decisions that are going to have to be made, which are great. We've never had to make these decisions before. So it's fun to talk about. Playoffs are looming. And I mean, I guess the other thing, you're saying there's a chance category, is San Francisco plays Baltimore Sunday night. Is it Sunday night or Monday night? It might be Monday night. I think it's Christmas night. And that's a heavyweight showdown that very well could open up the door from even better than the 2 seed. Now they need help, okay? Lions would need maybe more help than is reasonable to expect, because I think San Francisco closes with Arizona and the Rams. Let me double check that. Oh, they close at Washington and then the Rams. And I mean, the Rams might be playing for their playoff lives. So, I don't know. If you'd asked me going into the weekend, did the Lions have a legitimate shot at the number 2 seed? Is it likely that both Dallas and Philadelphia will lose? I would have said no. And they both lost. So now that checks a couple boxes. You figure the Lions running the table's not a given, but they can absolutely do it. And it's a lot easier when these things are in your own hands. And that would give them the 2 seed. And is it too much to ask for San Francisco to lose twice? It probably is. But I'll tell you what, I'm not conceding the 1 seed if they lose to Baltimore. Baltimore is a hell of a good team. That game is in San Francisco on Christmas night. Let's go. Something to watch. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're going to Forrest here on 97 The Ticket. What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Man, it's cold, but it looks beautiful outside. But I just want to say, my dad was a season ticket holder. Well, is a season ticket holder, but he passed away, and in August, and he passed the tickets down to me. And it's just, I'm not saying it. I'm new to being a ticket holder, and so these ticket prices are kind of outrageous, because I looked at his stubs and everything. So what he was saying, I'm like, wow. I'm just trying to keep the tradition alive in my family, taking the kids and letting that whole event go. That's kind of making it hard for me, But I'm gonna try to make it happen. I'm $20 hour job, man. This is hard, man. So I hope that they figure something out for
Do you
us.
know if there's a lower price point? Can you change your seats that obviously won't be as good, but maybe more affordable?
Actually, I don't know all of that yet.
Yeah.
I'm in the process of learning and trying to figure it out. Our tickets are great. You know what I'm saying? I got some great tickets right by the Kroger Express, so I can get my little, my beers on, my Bud Lights, and I just always loved them. And it's just something that we do as a family all the time, especially our Thanksgiving game. It's wonderful, just to see the kids smile and all of that, and the enjoyment they get out of it.
Well, I hope you can make it work. That's something you can consider. Is okay? I love the seats.
I don't want Minnesota to be my last game I can go to.
Especially considering the fact that this could be the beginning of a really good run. It could be the beginning of a really good run. So, Forrest, I hope you can make it work. 248-539-9797. Matt's on a cell and he's next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, happy Tuesday, Doug.
You too.
Hey, so I think the number 2 seed's probably best for us. My thoughts are the Eagles are probably going to be the 5 seed. And I'd rather send them to Dallas the second week of the playoffs as opposed to stretching to first and then have Philly at home. I'd rather them come, 3 weeks on the road, come to us and just ride the number 2 seed because I think the Eagles are just going to be too hungry and they're going to be fighting as a road dog the whole way. They're going to whoop the Saints or the Buccaneers week 1, and then whoever's number 1, be it Dallas or the Niners, that's going to be the next game that they're just taking heads at. So I'd rather be sitting number 2 to where if the Eagles, and I know this is first world problems to the nth degree, but
right, yep.
I'd much rather be the number 2 seed going into the playoffs.
I was going to ask, are the Eagles in the playoffs? Well, of course they are. They've actually one of the few teams that already clinched. Because they've just played like mung lately. They've lost 3 in a row. They'll be in a full-fledged crisis if they lose to the Giants. But the idea of passing on a first-round bye is hard for me to. That's a hard sell to me.
So I don't want to not be the first. I don't want to stretch it, right? If we can, rest our guys in week 18 as opposed, and because we've already clinched this weekend.
Yeah.
And the chips fall where they should be. I'm cool with, playing a half of football on, the 7th against Minnesota. Letting the people.
You'll take your chances. You will take your chances with a healthy offensive line against anybody in the NFL. And I don't blame you for feeling that way. I think you might be right. It's funny because that quote in the postgame from Jared Goff, our superpower is our ability to respond. I think the superpower is when the offensive line's intact. I think that's the on-the-field superpower. Hussein, you're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Hussein.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Thank you.
So I think for sure, the Detroit offensive line can stack up against anybody, but you guys fail to remember that the Lions haven't had a home playoff game in decades. So if you could get a second home playoff game, that would be huge. And keep in mind, Jared Goff, his career numbers at home versus on the road is night and day. I think a playoff game in Detroit is what you hope for. You play your starters week 18 and you take your chances. There's no injuries.
Yeah, man. Look, the being indoors is, I think, a big thing that the Lions seem to offensively excel with. And obviously Dallas, they're indoors the rest of the regular season. Avoiding a road trip to Philly, I'm in favor of that. If it can be avoided, a road trip to San Francisco would make some sense. Unfortunately, I guess they still could end up going to Dallas, lose the Dallas game, and a trip to Dallas in the second round of the playoffs very well could be the opponent. Probably would be the opponent. I guess I shouldn't count every Dallas going 3-0 the rest of the way, but I think there'd be a high probability that Detroit would play host to Minnesota, the Rams, Seattle, New Orleans, Atlanta, Green Bay, one of those teams that is fighting for the bottom. And if they were able to win that game, and they've already beaten some of those teams, a road trip to Dallas would be interesting because it'd be coming off the heels of a loss to Dallas in Dallas. But I'd certainly rather play Dallas. See, Dak home and road is a big deal. I don't know. Would you rather go to Dallas than San Francisco? Is that obvious? Would you rather go to Dallas than Philadelphia? Is that obvious? Or would you rather go to Philly than Dallas?
Oh, man, I don't know. Because Dallas, indoor conditions are good, right?
Yep.
But Dallas at home is like the best team in the world for some reason, right? Dak, especially. Dak Prescott he's unbelievable in Jerry World. So I think I'd rather go with a Philly. It sounds crazy. I wouldn't have said that a month ago. But here we are, right?
I mean, see, if we're doing this talk show in Philly, it's like, okay, it's getting late in the game. This is their bad stretch. Time to wake up. And, they got to pull out of it. And I'm not as familiar with that team. I'd probably be preaching a little bit of calm there if I were in Philly. Probably wouldn't play real well in Philly.
I don't know, man, because they just made a move. Basically, they basically fired their defensive coordinator,
right? And they Matt Patricia, their defensive
exactly.
coordinator.
So that's where they're at.
Sheer desperation.
Yeah. Talk about don't panic, don't panic, don't lose your composure. I mean, they've lost composure, So we'll see how Detroit does in Dallas very shortly here, though.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. A little bit of a lunch malfunction. I got this hummus and veggie snacker for lunch today.
So on brand.
Yep. So it's this little plastic cup. People on Twitch and YouTube can see it, and it's got carrots and celery in it. And on top of it came a lid that had some hummus in it and some pita bread. And I couldn't get the lid, had like a dome on top. I couldn't get the dome off. And I was like squeezing this plastic cup and it popped off and like flew up in my face. And I have no idea if the cameras caught it, but if they did, it probably looked pretty damn funny. But suffice to say, yes, on brand, my lunch today. Carrots, celery, hummus, pita bread. It's kind of desperate. We don't have a lot. You know what is amazing? 2 kids come home from college and everything in the house changes. Everything. Right now, our living room is turned into a basketball court. They've moved the furniture. The boys have moved the furniture. We got like a bridge thing with the spindles upstairs between bedrooms that overlooks the living room. The boys have moved the furniture. They've taped a Nerf hoop up with duct tape to the spindles, and they're playing basketball in the living room. And so I'm trying to watch football on Sunday where this is going on, and it's just chaos now because one of them's 21, the other one's 16. They're about the same height now, and the competition is always on, and it's just bang, bang, smash into the Christmas tree. There's ornaments getting knocked off. The ball hit the television. And I'm trying to remind myself, okay, I was once that kid, and, let it go, let it go, let it go. And then the competition heats up, and there's no doubt they're eventually going to knock the Christmas tree over or break something. So you're trying to remind them, hey, it's still a living room, but I don't want to, boys will be boys. I remember Diddy told a story about his father when they were tearing up the lawn, him and his brothers. And I guess his mom complained, and the dad said, we're not raising grass, we're raising boys. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. I want to let them be boys. But I got home from work yesterday, and I hit the garage door. And it opens up, and I park my car outside. And I'm walking in through the garage door. I get out of my car. I am outside the house in the driveway, and I can hear pound, pound, pound. And I'm like, oh, my God, they're playing basketball again in the living room, and I can hear it out on the driveway. So anyway, we went out and we went to Honey Baked, and we got the roasted the turkey.
Because you wouldn't get ham, Doug, right?
No, of course not. But they've got the smoked turkey breast that comes in these big, thick slices. They're really good. You make sandwiches out of them. They're awesome. Bought it last week. Kids come home. It's gone, man. It is gone. My son is like, the college student comes home. He's like loving olives. And we had an entire jar of green olives. He ate the whole thing. And it's just, you forget. They never heat anything either. Like you got leftovers.
Takes too long.
Yeah, it does. They're just pulling leftovers out of the fridge. And
me, hungry now. Need food.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to go, hey, I'm happy to have the kids home. Happy to have the kids home. My daughter has like 10 loads of laundry. And she gets home and she just stacks it in the laundry room. Like, I'm home. Do my laundry. My wife and I are like, no. The laundry's still sitting there days later. My wife was like, hey, what do you expect's going on there? She's like, it's my laundry. And do it.
Yeah, Doug, it's one thing to be like, oh, kids are going to be kids, boys will be boys. Parents got to be parents at some point, Doug. Yeah, you make her do that laundry. And the boys, let them play until they break something, then they owe you. Or, so.
Exactly, yep.
You got to, you are the master of that domain.
Yeah, I am, but I'm trying to let, so yesterday there's empty Gatorade bottles and water bottles and wrappers strewn around the living room when it's done. And I say to my son, I said, hey, clean this stuff up. And he looks at me and he goes, relax. And I'm like, oh, relax.
Doug, you lost control a long time ago then.
Completely.
This isn't like it happened over the weekend. This happened years before.
I know.
Chillax, Doug. What? Dad.
Chill, Doug.
Yeah, right.
Don't freak out, Doug.
All right, well, I'm buying nothing but Gatorade Zero Kale then. That's it.
Right.
Good luck with that.
Guess what we got?
Yeah.
We're getting that cucumber live back. Anyway, it's fun to have him home, but it does come with challenges. You'll find out, Kang. You will find out.
Dude, right now, the only thing I do is yell at my kids.
I know.
They don't listen.
Nope.
Why am I yelling all the time?
Well, that's the thing. It's like you're like, hey, do your laundry. Hey, do your laundry. Hey, do your laundry. Hey, do your laundry. And they look at you like, why are you yelling? I mean, because I've asked you politely 20 times. Sorry. It's good to have him home.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Seriously, it is fun to have him home. It's just a reset. Like, oh, yeah, it's chaos. That's right. The kids are all home. It's chaos. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're going to Keith. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Keith.
You know, I hear you guys talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Only thing that worried me about Dallas Cowboys, they cheated. Remember when the Lions were down there some years ago?
It's terrible.
And the ref pulled the sky. But Buffalo showed you how to beat Dallas. We got that great offensive line. We run that ball down their throat. They're going to back down, and the Lions going to beat Dallas. And Philadelphia had the same problem last night. They couldn't stop the run.
I mean, I got to tell you, those teams, Philly defensively, look, how desperate were they? They made Matt Patricia their defensive play caller.
Yeah.
And that they've had some bad games lately. They gave up 34 points in that win over the Bears. They gave up 42 in a loss to the 49ers. They gave up 33 in a loss to the Cowboys, and they gave up a 92-yard drive last night in crunch time to Drew Lock and in a rainstorm in Seattle to lose a game. And I'm finding myself to be less concerned with Philadelphia because of what Detroit's offense could do. It's pretty ironic if the Detroit offensive line gets Philadelphia in the playoffs and you've got this offensive line matched up against, Jalen Carter, who a lot of Lions fans wanted, and Jordan Davis, who a lot of Lions fans wanted, it'd be crazy. But they could happen to San Francisco too. Chase Young. They might have to deal with Chase Young.
But I just think the Lions offensive line is confident. They blow some big holes. Now Ragnar is back. I think the Lions they got the guys looking over them, man. I think they can make it to the championship game if they can get through the Minnesota. Minnesota scares me because of the history with the Vikings. But I think the Lions can beat the Vikings because they don't have a good quarterback. But other than that, I think the Lions can win this.
Well, look, I mean, they're going to be facing Nick Mullins. They're a 3-point favorite in that game. You have to remember, and this is the one thing that I'm going to admit this Minnesota game to me no longer is I hope they play well game. I just hope they win. Okay? Like that game on Saturday night, we'd like to think that that's the Lions taking off and they are going to do nothing but fly the rest of the season. They look great offensively, well-oiled machine offensively. Defensively, they put the clamps on Denver. Like, that'd be great if that was an example of them taking off, right? Minnesota is playing to win the division. The way they will see it is, hey, we control our own destiny with just a little bit of help. And that little bit of help they need is probably a Dallas team that will probably be favored against Detroit to hold serve against Detroit. That's probably how it's going to shake out. Now, that Dallas will be favored. So if you're in Minnesota, you are taking a desperate team that looks at this as a 3-game run to the division championship. Because why wouldn't you do that if you're Minnesota? Of course you'd do it. Say it starts with us beating Detroit at home. We got Green Bay coming in at home. By then, they might have nothing to play for. And then the pressure will be on Detroit not to collapse in that season finale. So we could sit here and we could talk about, hey, did the Lions solve all their problems and take off? I'm not even concerned about that. This coming weekend, just find a way to win this game. I don't care if it's an ugly come-from-behind game like it was against the The Bears, I don't care if it's 38-35 like it was against the LA Chargers. It doesn't matter. Just find a way to win this game. Because Minnesota, they're putting everything they've got into this game, as they should. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell joined the morning show, had some interesting things to say. Hear what he had to say starting at 12:30. Straight ahead, interesting comments about Ndamukong Suh, and what a development last night in the Monday night game. Things are changing in the NFL. We will get to that straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, this holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel. There's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take advantage of this great offer. Again, $5 money line bet. You can pick a favorite as you want just to win, and you get $150 in bonus bets. Get in on the action at FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Carson Anderson, happy holidays, everybody. Hope you're doing well. All right, so I got two things here that I think are interesting to our audience, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. And Kang, I want to get your 2 cents on these things. First of all, Kyle Shanahan, head coach at San Francisco. Arizona just ran for 234 yards on them. Eric Armstead and Jason Hargrave up front were out, injured. And Kyle Shanahan was asked yesterday, well, first of all, he said he didn't know when those guys would return. And somebody asked him if there had been any discussion on signing veteran free agent Ndamukong Suh. Shanahan, quote, not yet. I mean, I'm not ruling out anything. We have guys on our practice squad, as you guys see, that we used last week. But that stuff, we really aren't exactly sure when Hargrave and Armstead are coming back. We do know they have chances this week. So there's a lot of variables that are playing together that we'll be discussing here for the rest of the day tomorrow. And even if we don't make it a move in any of those areas, they'll probably be continuing throughout the year. Kind of non-committal. So Sue played 8 games last year with the Eagles. Prior to that, he's with Tampa and went to the Super Bowl with both Philadelphia and Tampa. Played with the Rams, as we know. Look, I mean, he's still out there. He's still on the market. He still gets asked about. I do find, and we took calls about him yesterday. Well, we took a call and a text. And it's not the first time this year people looking for solutions in the defensive line in the person of Ndamukong Suh. So look, I mean, they haven't. Shanahan said, they talked about it, not yet. Although he said he wouldn't rule it out. Is Ndamukong Suh likely the answer? I would guess not. I think if you're anywhere close, somebody would have signed him, right? Somebody would have brought him in for one of those Tuesday workouts, which they might have done, and he would have had to impress enough to play. Or he shows up for these Tuesday workouts and says or does something that makes people uncomfortable. I mean, I don't know. But the 49ers coach was asked about him. He said, not yet. So no discussions yet of Ndamukong Suh. The other thing is last night in the Monday night game, we saw another example of something that's become a trend in the NFL. The league and their offensive offsides calls. Okay? Peter King did a story about this and basically wrote about the offensive offsides call against Denver right guard Quinn Menares in the Detroit game. They're on the 1 foot line. Said the call was nonsensical. But he said, I don't blame the official. I blame the senior VP of officiating who's emphasized the cleanliness of the line of scrimmage that he spooked his officiating roster and forced people like Frank LeBlanc, who was the down judge, to over-officiate what's already an impossible game to call consistently. In trying to handle, this is from Peter King, in trying to handle the tush-push play, which has seen players on both lines crowd the line of scrimmage so much that violations could be called on virtually every quarterback sneak try now, the league has created a dangerous cocktail. The league of office hates this play, but very likely won't outlaw it because it's not causing injury and would seem to be unfairly picking on the team that's virtually perfected it, Philadelphia. Instead, the league has leaned on the line of scrimmage adjudications, the down judges, to call this penalty no one had heard of a month ago, offensive offsides, in an attempt to gut down on the mayhem at the line pre-snap on the tush push. Okay? So they're calling offensive offsides because of the tush push. Last night, they called a false start when Philly had a 3rd and 1. They called a false start on Jason Kelce, the center. And Kang, I showed you the replay. The ball was the near tip of the football, the rear tip of the football was on the 4. He picked it up and put the other tip of the football on the 3. He almost got an entire yard. So the back of the football was basically touching the 4. He picked it up and the front of the football was touching the 3. and he got down in his stance ready to snap. He moved the ball forward almost an entire yard, and the official threw the flag and said false start. Now, during the game, they didn't know what the call was for because false start, people are looking for movement. But I'm sure each and every one of you out there has seen a football get moved by a center before. They basically spread their legs and the ball
crouch down,
and then move the football forward, resetting the line of scrimmage. And on the tush push, they're super sensitive to this right now, and they hit Jason Kelce with a false start.
Well, a couple things. I think all centers do this, but if it's egregious enough, I think that's where this, like, if you're moving at a full yard, all right, the ref's like, I got to do something here. But everyone's going to move the ball a little bit. Another thing is Jason Kelce came out today or last night and said that, hey, they've been warning me this for a long time, so I'm not surprised. So he wasn't bitching about it. He understood it. Thirdly, Doug, they officially called it a false start. To me, that seems like more unsportsmanlike conduct. Like the play hasn't, I don't know, maybe that's doesn't really matter if the yardage is the same.
Right.
But because you can't move the ball whether you're defense or offense. The ball is supposed to be where the ball is supposed to be. Like if a defensive tackle kicked that ball or moved it back, they would have called unsportsmanlike. I don't think they would have called offsides. They would have called
I guess.
And the funny thing is, like you mentioned, you saying that sources are saying the league doesn't like this play. I've brought this up many times. It's all about entertainment value and viewership with the tush push, okay? So if the league doesn't like it, basically, if the fans don't like it, they would get rid of it. The league doesn't feel like they have any grounds necessarily to change it right now because it's just one team that's really good at it. And like you said, it's maybe too punitive to that team who's actually good at it. But now they're going to crack down on, hey, you're going to do it, but you're going to do it legally.
We're going to get into the absolute minutia of this rule so that you can't bend the rules in any way. I mean, so John Perry was the ESPN NFL officiating dude, and he confirmed on the broadcast that it was correct in their assessment that was a false start for moving the football. And I mean, I hate the play. And it's not, I just think it's a boring watch.
Well, that's where my comment about entertainment value comes in. If viewership is down or they hate the play, and not people like you hate the play, I think they would end up getting rid of it because just like hack-a-shack in basketball or the shift in baseball, if it's not entertaining anymore, if this is just like, what are we doing out here? Yep. They'll change the rules because guess what, guys? This is a game where they change rules, okay? It's entertainment. So in football, until I think it becomes to the point where this isn't football, people don't like it, they would change it. They're not at that point right now. So, and maybe the Eagles are the only one that really can do this.
All right, well, there you go. So that's the latest in the tush push drama and how they're making rulings. 248-539-9797. Okay, coming up, Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We like to replay the most interesting stuff he had to say. We'll get to that today, starting at 12:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The car skater out today. We got open lines. Happy holidays, everybody. 248-539-9797. So look, the head coach of the Lions, Dan Campbell, is on with the morning show every single Tuesday during the season, and this stuff can be really, really interesting. And he does a good job answering when there's tough questions that he needs to answer. I think he's done a really good job of not taking offense and explaining his side of the story. And these are the guys that I always think are awesome because they give you, by being the way that they are, they make decisions that get second guessed sound reasonable when they explain them. When they get hypersensitive, and I remember one coach who got so sensitive to everything that I ever freaking asked him. I was like, it became clear to me that this was his defense mechanism, and it made me think he doesn't know what he's doing because he doesn't want to answer the question. Dan Campbell answered tough questions. Now, this week there wasn't a bunch of tough questions to be asked, which was kind of awesome. But we like to pull the highlights of what he had to say, including this about Jared Goff, the quarterback, and how he was able to cut down on turnovers and just play the game. So he has fit the ball into some very tight windows, and sometimes you have to throw it up and make your receiver go make a play like he did with Jamison Williams on that crossing pattern. A tight window, I think, of Donovan Peoples-Jones, that fourth down play at Chicago, the crossing route. When they showed the end zone view of that, I'm like, man, he basically had one spot to put that football, and he did. But that does mean that you're going to fly close to the sun every once in a while, and that can get you burned. But you have to be comfortable in your own skin. You have to be comfortable in your job, by the way, to take those chances. I mean, I think the stuff that probably people have the biggest issue with is if he's going to take off and run, he's got to secure the ball. When you get hit when you throw, I mean, you don't want that, but that inherently leads to a bad pass. If you're in the pocket and you're about to deliver, and you might be about to deliver the most perfect pass ever, and you get hit. And that's when the ball flutters and it's up for grabs, and that stuff happens in football. But with Goff, I keep thinking, that loaf of bread example, which game was it? Green Bay, had it in one hand, was kind of stepping up in the pocket, looked like he was going to run, and ball just got knocked out of his hands. That's the one that's like super avoidable. Outside of that, I mean, quarterbacks are going to throw interceptions. And it's funny because the quote that I think of when I heard what Dan Campbell said, what it makes me think of was Jim Schwartz. I'm not scared. Goff doesn't play scared. All right, next up on Dorsey and Vildor getting more reps in the secondary. Here's what Dan Campbell said. You know what I liked about that is he's not throwing away Jerry Jacobs. He's talking about where he is valuable, where else he is valuable, and how it's important that they get something out of him. You know, if you look at some of the snap counts this week, it gets pretty interesting. When you see Tracy Walker played 15 snaps, all on special teams. Jerry Jacobs, 13 snaps, all on special teams. I'm sure those guys want to play defense, but when you have former starters running down the field covering kicks, it kind of speaks to the depth of the organization. And the tough part is getting those guys to, I don't know if agree to it is the right term. The tough part's probably just you have to tell somebody you're playing a lesser role. But, hey, man, it is what it is, and as long as they're winning, you know, people don't have a right to complain. All right, next up from Dan Campbell with the morning show today on the emergence of Fatu Melifonwu, who was all over the field Saturday night and has really emerged in the last couple of weeks from a guy that was getting basically no defensive snaps to playing a key role in a big game. Here's what Dan Campbell said. He looks huge in that secondary, too. 6'3" guys, played a lot of corner, can cover, made some big plays. That could be just a huge, unexpected development for this team late in the year.
Yeah, he's big. I mean, that's why maybe he works so on the blitz. When they drafted him, he was a cornerback. They converted him to a safety, right?
Yep. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more from Dan Campbell. Back to the phones. Ken on a cell. Hi, Ken.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I based on just observations, the question.
Okay, you're breaking up, Ken. Are you there?
Oh, yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry. He claimed.
All right, Ken, it ain't working, buddy. You can hang on hold, and we can hopefully sort it out, or we can you can try and call back, but can't make it out. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, more from Dan Campbell as promised. Here's the Lions head coach. They asked him about trying to be the 2 seed, winning the division. Here's what he said. You know what's funny, Kang? I was talking about how all I want them to do is win this game, and I don't care if they look great doing it, because this Lions team has actually blown a lot of people out this year. Has had some really big wins where they easily covered the spread. Do you think people can be just happy with just winning, knowing that it clinches the division? Let's say they win 14-13 in kind of an ugly game.
Of course, you're never going to make everybody happy, but yeah, I think mostly people will be happy. Do you think the Eagles would have preferred to win an ugly one last night?
Yep.
So I think we've been through it now enough now, Doug, through this year, knowing that, hey, they are hard to come by. And early in the year, the Lions looked like they were rolling. And I think that kind of got, people too chesty, as we like to say on this show, and they got a rude awakening with the Ravens game. But that was a blowout. That wasn't even, that was just, they never showed up, right?
Yep.
As the season has progressed, I think they know now. I think Lions fans, because we had never been here before, we don't know what to do with our hands. Now we kind of know a little bit what to do with our hands. That like, hey, these victories are tough to come by. The Eagles are going through it right now. The Cowboys went through it a little bit, and they just got, hey, by the way, they just got manhandled by Buffalo. The Niners had a 3-game losing streak. They're back. This happens in the NFL. So I think in the end, if the Lions just beat the Vikings, I think our eyes are set on the 2 seed and winning the division.
248-539-9797. Okay, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, has anyone changed their mind on this? And Jared Goff, 130, 97.1 the ticket. All right, I asked the question before the break if people change their mind on this. There was a lot of controversy 7 months ago, 8 months ago, about the Detroit Lions trading out of the number 6 pick. To trade out of the number 6 pick, it meant they gave up on Jalen Carter, who seemed to fit a screaming position need for the Detroit Lions. And I would say as we sit here in the middle of December, there's evidence that that's still a position of need. But with that trade, the Lions obviously took Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. Now, I was open-minded to it. I kind of had concerns about Jalen Carter, and it's kind of gotten to the point a little bit with Brad Holmes. I'm unapologetically I love Brad Holmes. He is exactly what I think we've been calling for years. And that is a draft ninja. A guy that sees things at every pick that other people don't see in every round and can load up his roster from the first round to the 7th round with players who can play a role and help you win. And he did it with the Rams as the director of scouting. Now the question was I giving him too much credit? Because he would build the draft boards and then Les Snead would make the picks, which included 3rd round receiver Cooper Kupp, which included who's a safety from Ohio State that played a key role for them. They got in like the 6th or 7th round. Jordan Fuller, thank you, 6th round. And I'm like, so this is a guy that's finding players in a bunch of rounds that some of them are elite. And the Rams had a lot of players that were playing for them, and they got out of the draft, and they frequently weren't having 1st round picks because of the way they operated. So they get this guy, and he comes in here, and he has absolutely nailed the draft. And so he makes a move that isn't particularly popular. No, I shouldn't say. I don't want to overstate the case. It isn't popular with some people. And, I kept saying, yeah, I get it. But the road to the Super Bowl doesn't go strictly through Jalen Carter. And Jalen Carter last night got his 5th sack of the year. He's a very promising rookie on a defense that isn't really stopping people. And they wouldn't be better off without Jalen Carter. I'm not making that argument. I'm just saying they still have their defensive struggles. Gibbs and Laporta are 2 of the best rookies coming out of the draft, without question. And I wonder if people, you don't need to call up and say, hey, I was wrong. Okay. People don't love to do that, and not making you do it. I'm just wondering if you're like, hey, I'm over it. I'm over it. I still think Jalen Carter might have been the right pick, or I'm not, I'm just over that. And here's the other thing about having a draft ninja. We got a draft ninja, okay? He isn't going to get everything right. And I don't think we should be so foolish, or I won't say I'm not going to be so foolish as to think that he's going to get everything right. Because then you're holding him to an unrealistic expectation, and you'll find yourself chipping away at a dude who's doing a hell of a job because we don't hold him to a realistic expectation. So I'm not going to do that. But at the end of the day, his job is to win football games and to win championships. They're on the brink of winning one here in a division championship. And then there's obviously a bigger fish to fry. Kang, you see the feedback as it rolls in. And you see, and you talk to people and et cetera, et cetera. Do you think we'll get a, hey, I'm over it? That's all we ask. Are you over it?
I think we'll get it? I think we will get some of it. I mean, because Jalen Carter is still a good player, by the way. He's been playing very well. It's not his fault that the Eagles defense is going through struggles right now. But and Brad Holmes, because you just can't deny what's come back in return when they passed up on Jalen Carter. You know, Gibbs and Laporta, like you said, are having two of the best rookie seasons in the NFL this year. And Brad Holmes isn't going to be 100% right in the draft. I mean, Levi Onwuzurike, we don't know what Broderick Martin's going to be. You know, there's other players, but his goal is, number one, to be more right than wrong, hit more than you miss, and hit bigger than you miss. You know, you don't want to miss big. If you hit big, you can miss 3 or 4 picks, but if that big hit brings you, a division championship, playoff wins, and ultimately a Super Bowl, that's all that matters, because that's Brad Holmes' ultimate goal, is to build a winning roster so they can win the Super Bowl. Now look at the Niners. They gave up the house for Trey Lance. The house, okay? Yep. Brock Purdy, they're literally the last pick of the draft, hits. That's my thing about hitting big, and if you miss, it's okay to miss others if you hit big. They hit big with Purdy. Sure. Obviously, they have other roster things they've done too, and that earned them contract extensions, John Lynch. So they're going to miss. Brad Holmes will miss. I mentioned 2 guys they may have missed, and Broderick Martin and Levi Onwuzurike. And maybe Hendon Hooker doesn't turn into anything. I don't know. But what he's hit so far, damn, it's impressive. And you can't deny that. So will we see I'm over Jalen Carter? I hope so, because we should all be over it at this point. Jalen Carter may have a Pro Bowl career. I'm worried about the Lions. I'm worried about Gibbs and Laporta.
I remember when in the wake of the Gibbs pick, I said it's easy to be very critical of you don't take a running back that high. But when you see him on the field and he's doing next level stuff and helping you win football games, it gets a lot easier to accept it. Now, they have to play good enough football that having a running back like that is a difference maker. But there's no question that he has been a difference maker. And it's going to be interesting to see the Rookie of the Year voting. I mean, C.J. Stroud having the season he's having. I don't know that Laporta can catch him in terms of the voting, and I don't particularly care whether he does or he doesn't, as long as the Lions are winning. But the conversations around Laporta are getting to the point where people are kind of doing hey, should we be talking about him as the best tight end in the league? Like they're asking that question now. And at first it was like, did they get the best rookie tight end? And now we might be saying this guy is right there with the best as a rookie. 248-539-9797. Dan's in Dearborn, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. How are you?
Okay.
Hey, so I came across the stat yesterday. I was from PFF, and it was missed forced tackles after initial contact. And number 1 was Sam Laporta, and number 2 was Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wow. Interesting.
So when Brad Holmes really looks at everything, he really looks at everything, and that's what makes him an elite scout. And that's what I think he got a lot of that talent in L.A. for that reason, honestly.
So, I mean, look, Jared Goff, we'll replay it today at 1:30. Earlier in the show, when I asked him about, give me an example of, you keep citing the professionalism and the hard work that Gibbs and Laporta put in. What give us an example. What are the specifics that you see them doing? And he said, it's just the way they carry themselves. It's how they prepare to make plays on Sundays each and every week. It's not like a typical rookie. They are next level in terms of getting ready. And I'm thinking to myself, does this go back to Brad Holmes' vetting process, which sometimes leads us all to wonder what the hell he's doing, honestly. But there are people that are clearly not on their board for reasons other than their physical skill set or what we saw on the football field in college is, because I mean, it sounds like Laporta and Gibbs are doing what they're doing because of some of that intangible meeting, in that 20 minutes in Indianapolis stuff that stood out as far as preparation.
Yeah, and they pointed to the Lions after they released them. I mean, once after the combine, right? They released the videos of the interviews, and you can see in the interview, like, the coaches are just looking at the players and their demeanor, and they're playing plays for them, and they're asking them nitpick how this play is playing out. You can go on the Lions YouTube channel. You'll see
I did. I watched. It was really good. It's really
Another thing I want to ask real quick: what do you think about J-Mo's juke move that put the player out?
Incredible. It was incredible. Like that. So what he's always had is the physical skill set. What he hasn't had is health, and he hasn't had experience. And he's kind of making up for it now. Like the experience, when Goff said after the game, I trust him, that kind of gives him the license to go out and make plays. Now we can see the physical ability. That gets to get showcased because he runs the right routes. He's where he's supposed to be, et cetera, et cetera. All the stuff they said about him early in the year is all leading to him getting more opportunities on the field. And that move he made on that far sideline, that was one of, I mean, I guess I hate to do it. It's just sacrilege, but it was Barry Sanders-esque. And, there was no room over there. If he was going to go anywhere, it wasn't up the sideline. He went up the sideline. And as I was watching the game, because I was in the furthest corner away from that, I'm like, well, he had to go out of bounds. Guess what? He didn't. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Open lines. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Darren in Sterling Heights here on 97.1. Hi, Darren.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Kane. Great to talk to you guys.
Thanks for calling.
Hey, I was just thinking, man, there's no way we can take our foot off the gas these last 3 games. With 2 seats sitting there for the taking, essentially, depending on what a couple things that happen, we cannot afford to sit starters. You just got to risk it. You got to go for it, man. And as far as the Jalen Carter talk, that's got to be put to rest, man. We have 2 electric players in Laporta and Gibbs, while not only adding depth to the running back room, they are debatably the best 1-2 punch in the league, man. So I think that's just got to go bye-bye. And lastly, when Gator does come back,
yeah,
I respectfully request that you guys ask him to describe what ripe stone fruit tastes like.
Ripe stone fruit.
Yes.
Is there a reason why you're asking us to ask him this?
Well, every commercial, it's got notes of vanilla and ripe stone fruit.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell ripe stone fruit tastes like.
Well, I'll ask him what it is. Oh, man, I haven't heard that spot. As far as having to have to go for it, I could see both sides of this argument. The first things first, right? Win the division Saturday or Sunday. Then you get into that position where if their offensive line is close to 100%, I'll put them up against anybody. I'm not saying they're going to win, but I think they're going to compete because I think their offense will do damage. And yet, I don't want them to go on the road. So you avoid that road game as long as possible. Both sides have tremendous upside. There's probably only one way to get both. A healthy offensive line and home field, and then that is to take the risk that your offensive line won't get hurt and play them and cross your fingers. So maybe that's just what you do, because if you sit them, then you probably also have to sit or should sit Goff, because you don't want to give him any more hits than necessary. So if let's say they decide we're going to sit Ragnow and we're going to sit Jonah Jackson and guys who've been banged up, maybe even sit one of the tackles, well, then you've got to play Bridgewater. And now you're not going to win all the rest of your games, and you're not going to be the 2 seed. So you're going to have to go on the road, but at least you'll be healthy. The only way you can have both is if you risk it and play them. So as I'm talking this out on the air, I guess I agree with you. I've just come to that conclusion. I agree with you. You heard it in real time. And maybe down the road, and by down the road, I mean the 2024 playoffs, the 2025 playoffs, where I'm getting super presumptuous. Maybe you change your approach a little bit, but Kang, what do you think?
Well, Dan Campbell said, we'll rest when the season's done, right?
Yeah.
Play the guys. This is this is the same team week 1 as they are now. Well, then continue that. I don't think you mess with anything. There's going to be, hopefully there is something to play for that last game because it's either the 2 seed or the 1 seed.
Yep.
And Frank Ragnow, I think he's proved that he can play while hurt. While it's a pain tolerance, thing for him. He literally had surgery last week and played this week. Play the guys. You don't play scared. I think that's Dan Campbell's. You don't change who you are. You don't change the mantra. He's aggressive. The team's aggressive. Stay the course.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Stan next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
Doing good.
Okay. I'm just looking at last year and this year, and it comes down to the last 3 games of last year. The Lions controlled their destiny. They went out. They're in the playoffs. They're down to the same thing here. Last 3 games of the season, they went out. They're number 2 at least. I mean, it's deja vu over. They got bombed out in Carolina. Let's see what they learned from it, and see if they've improved from last year.
I mean, yeah. I don't know that I see I see some parallel. The thing is, it's a completely different experience when you're clawing and scratching and trying to get in, as opposed to being where they are right now. Well, you also, I think they probably know who they are more this year. Last year, they were trying to figure out who they were. And by that, I mean, hey, are we really good? This year, they know they're good. They're going to win the division. And now it's, how far can we go? I think it's a different mindset.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's a different mindset. It's not the same exact thing, but it still comes down to if you handle your business, you write your own ticket. Now, I got a question. Have you heard anything about them looking at another defensive tackle like Tahir Tart from the Titans?
No. I have not. Have you?
Yeah, he's unhappy with his contract there, and they're expected to release him. And he could be a Lee McNeil replacement until he gets back.
So whenever I hear a player's unhappy, I wonder what that would mean.
Is rent a tackle. That's all we're talking about. Rent a tackle.
He's already been claimed by the Texans.
Okay. All right.
He's already been claimed by the Texans.
Okay. So there you go. That might explain it.
But listen, I don't have to tell you this, Doug, because you're in love with Brad Holmes. But Brad Holmes is always looking. Like, he knows who's been released, who's out there, who's a free agent, who's working out. He's always looking. Dan Campbell said it last week when directly asked about bringing in Ndamukong Suh, he said, hey, I trust Brad Holmes. We're always out there looking. Everyone knows who's available, right?
Yep.
And you make a claim on the guys you want, or you call on the guys who you want. Who you think will help the team.
Tell me if this sounds like a guy that Brad Holmes would want. Titans Tahir Tart cut after effort, attitude issues. Sources confirm. Now, did he get a bad rap? I suppose it's always possible. But if effort and attitude are called into question, I don't know that even gets you even this scant amount of consideration by this organization. And their formulas work pretty well for them. 248-539-9797. Mike is next.
Yeah, they got to hear my opinion.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, hey, here I am. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Sorry. So I had a point about the Brad Holmes. I think I agree with you guys that, the whole Jalen Carter thing, you got to look at the contributions that Jameer and Sam Laporta have done for the team compared to what Jalen Carter is doing for Philly initially, right? Yep. And then you also look at I think that also people really are concerned because Jack Campbell is not contributing at a high level so early on, but he's playing a tough position. And it takes time for linebackers to get to the point where they're playing at a level where they contribute, especially in the offense, because, the linebacker, especially when he's playing the strong side linebacker, is the quarterback of the defense. So we've got to give Jack Campbell some time to get to that point, and I think they're going to find him and use him more as a utility guy coming up a little bit more next year.
So but also, I'll just say this about Jack Campbell. He's quietly become the team's second leading tackler. I think he started 8 of the 14 games. I don't call this by any stretch of the imagination a disappointment. He lacks in the spectacular impact that the other 3 rookies have made, but that doesn't mean he's not been a damn good player for them.
Right, exactly. And I agree. And then that kind of transitioned me, too, into, like, Brian Branch, who also has just immediately stepped on the field and done a great job for us. And so I make all those points because, we as fans, we talked about it earlier, we talked about the ticket hike. We have an emotional investment into this. Yep. But Brad Holmes and these guys, this is their career. And so, of course, we want them to make, and I'll be the person as well. I admit it, when the draft happened, we got to still go get Jalen. But then I sat back and realized, okay, but Brad Holmes is not building a team to win the Super Bowl in 2023. If it happens, amazing. But he's saying, I need to build a team for the next 4 or 5 years. And it's hard for us to understand that as fans because, like we said, we're in a town that we're so hungry for it now, and we're getting a little bit of glimpse of it last year leading into this year. And I know everyone was so hype about the draft and who we're going to take and constantly looking at draft boards. But we got to understand that this is a long-term process. We're building a franchise that's going to be able to have a foundation. We have 4 guys right now from that draft class alone that could be foundational players, that could be generational players for us.
And here's the thing, is that it both can be true. if Jalen Carter were here, it could be working out as well. Like I'm not even in the business of ripping Jalen Carter. I'm just hoping that most Detroiters are open to the idea that they can let the topic rest. Oh, they should have. Oh, they should have. Well, we could keep debating it, but I'm not quite sure the point because the two guys they got instead of him are helping them win football games. Helping them win football games. So, I mean, sometimes you can turn the page. I think it's pretty clear we can turn the page. Hey, hold on to your glasses because there's some exciting new news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just about the looks, of course. It's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka, it's the taste of excellence. Cheers. Some feedback regarding Lions ticket prices. From an unnamed texter, sporting events are for the well-off anymore. I watch all the games at home. I can't afford to go to any games, and I don't feel for anybody because, like, there's no way I'm giving up a necessity for sports. Like, give me a break. I'm a fan, no doubt, but all sports have priced themselves out of me ever going. Look, this is one of those topics that's very personal because people have different income levels and different priorities and different financial needs. If you just purchased a home and you're a Lions season ticket holder, you might be deciding, I'm giving up on the tickets. If you just got your first job out of college, you might be fired up to invest in something like Lions tickets. If you have kids and you're saving for college and it's a recent development, you might be giving up your Lions tickets. If your kids are done with college and you don't have that tuition to pay anymore, you might be fired up for Lions tickets. Hey, guys, just got my Lions ticket invoice for next year. I have 2 seats. They went up a total of $1,102. That's about a 50% increase. That's a Christmas kick in the you-know-where. I think the timing is bad no matter when you do it because you kind of have to do it sometime like between now and the end of the Super Bowl. So you're either doing it right before Christmas or right after Christmas when all the bills come in. Now, the question is, the only thing I might question on this one is, did they hike it a bit much? This year, Lions Club member, 2 season tickets, $4,178. Next year, Lions Club member, 2 tickets, $6,068. Section 330-ish. These include club perks and parking as well. I already renewed today. That's from TT. I'm surprised nobody has said the name Rod Wood. The ticket prices come directly from his office. Here's people's chance to accurately blame him for something. LOL. That's from Bill.
I heard, I don't know if this is true, I'm sure we can get some text or calls on it, that when this notice was sent out to season ticket holders, yep, Rod Wood's name is nowhere on there. Okay. Not saying he is or is not partially responsible at all. I'm just saying that's what people were texting yesterday, that his name was absent from this notice.
Gotcha. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bridge next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, Doug.
What's up?
Hey, you were talking about the draft and I did GM. I'm all in, with the GM for absolutely for obvious reasons. But on the draft, I had the Lions on the day of the draft at A-.
Yeah.
And did a little research and I moved them up to an A. And then I wrote notes on each player and on the back of an envelope, and I still have that envelope. And wow. I look at it every.
Look at you.
Okay,
look at
Gator.
You, Bridge. Yeah. Doing your homework.
Here's my notes. I'm looking at it right now. So Gibbs. And that I wrote names of players who I think they could be, not exactly like that, but trending in that direction. So against Gibbs, I had Deebo Samuel.
Okay.
And in parentheses, I wrote generational talent. Definitely a cut about DeAndre Swift. So that was a note on Gibbs.
Okay.
On Laporta, I wrote George Kittle.
This is going well. This is going well for you, Bridge. Did you write one down on Branch?
Okay, on Branch, I said first round projection, and he's going to be good. That's
and what did you say on Jack Campbell?
Campbell, I wrote Urlacher.
You're breaking up there, but I heard the name Urlacher, and yes, if he can be Urlacher.
And Broderick Martin, he wrote Aaron Donald. And Hendon Hooker, he wrote, Lamar Jackson, right? Apparently this was the great. Why A? A+. By the way, if he really wrote that, which I don't know if he did or didn't, if you wrote Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, stop right there. It's an A+ draft. Why A?
Yeah.
Why stop short?
A-, yeah, right?
Jack Campbell, Brian Urlacher? You're telling me, and I don't know, it's early, obviously. If Brett Holmes drafted those 3 type of players,
that's A+.
That's A+. That's A++.
Question, yeah.
Okay? I don't care what Branch turns into. I don't care what the rest of the draft is.
Hilarious.
A.
248-539-9797. Andrew, you're next. Hi, Andrew.
Hey guys, loving the show this morning. Actually, driving from Michigan to Colorado cross country.
Nice. Why are you going out there?
Parents live out there. My parents actually drove to Michigan to check out the Lions-Broncos games, and now we're driving to Colorado for Christmas. So
nice.
Lots of driving, lots of time with the family. Also wanted to add that one of the things I love to do when I go home for Christmas, even though I'm 42 years old, is first thing I do is raid my parents' fridge, drop off my laundry, and destroy their living room. So that's never going to change no matter what age you are.
Andrew, I seriously, if I came across as I was complaining, I wasn't. It's just funny because, you send two kids off to college, they walk through the door, and everything goes right back to the way it was. The laundry gets plopped down in the laundry room. The fridge empties out. And now what's changed, I guess, is the youngest son is as big as the oldest son, and the intensity of the competition has only grown. And so the Nerf basketball games in the living room, there's no question that Christmas tree is going to get knocked over between now and Christmas. It is going to happen. And I'm just like, I'm glad the kids are home, and I'm glad they're having fun. And they'll have to clean it up.
It's the best. And my brother lives in Colorado, and we went bowling last time I was there, and we did a bet for fantasy football players, so the competition never ends either. So, get used to it. But so I wanted to chime in about the Gibbs, Laporta, Carter debate. We're Georgia fans. My dad went to Georgia. So I was always on the Carter bandwagon. So, of course, when they did the Gibbs pick, I was upset. And then when they did the Laporta pick, I was upset because you had Michael Mayer available, and all the draft pundits were saying that's the pick. And now I can 100% admit I was fully wrong there. I would 100% today even take the trade of Gibbs, Laporta over Carter, because the other thing is you have to think about hindsight 2020. Would they even been able to get Branch in all this situation here too? Like, the draft completely changes if you go with Carter with that pick. So I'm definitely happy with where we're at, and Brad Holmes I trust 100%.
I heard something recently. It actually was Todd McShay who said that he has confirmed that Gibbs would not have been around at 18. Gibbs was not going to make it to 18. And so had they taken Carter at 6, they would have not gotten Gibbs at 18. Now, the other thing apart about this is one of the reasons why I was okay with passing on Jalen Carter, and I still want them to improve the defense, is my changing of philosophy about 2 years ago that offense wins championships in the NFL. In this NFL, that's an old dog learning a new trick, people. I was a staunch defense wins championship guy, and I'm not anymore. I've cited all the reasons why, and I'm not going to go through it all over again, but I am a big believer in offense wins championships. Jordan's on a salad next. Hi, Jordan.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
I just wanted to chime in on the Gibbs and Laporta and Jalen Carter debate. I think that Jalen Carter's a stud. I think that he's going to be a stud for years to come. But the way I'm looking at it is right now, I think if you look at Laporta specifically, even Gibbs too, there's a couple of these games that we've won this year that we probably would not have won without those guys on this team. And you take a couple wins away from our win total right now, and we're sitting at 8 wins, and it's a whole different story. So, I think the trade-off of getting those two guys who I think are electric rather than the one guy on defense, I'll take it, and I'll trust that Brad Holmes is going to go out there and find that guy for us.
It's the taking the 2 wins away. You got to say, well, would Carter have helped them in any of the games defensively? He might have. Look, there's Brad Holmes probably eyed a whole bunch of players in the first round. I think he said they had 6 in the top bucket, or was it 6, if I recall correctly, which means he had a whole bunch of different directions he could have taken that pick. And so be interesting to know who was in that bucket, who was in that top bucket, because are all those guys having success? What was it? Who was the player that is killing it? Oh, it was Witherspoon. Witherspoon was acknowledged to be in that top bucket. He's killing it. And I'm like, see, our guy knows what he's doing. People thought I was giving him too much credit, but all right. We'll hear Lions quarterback Jared Goff talk about some of the specifics of what went right on Saturday night. Can it be bottled? And guys who are starting to stand out. Hear what he had to say coming up today at 1:32. Hey, guys, don't blow it this Christmas by forgetting your special lady. Get her a gift that she will really love, and you will too. Naturally New pajamas. Naturally New pajamas are soft and silky, better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. And here's the kicker. When you order Naturally New pajamas today, you'll get a free Naturally New nightie. That is a $75 savings on a very luxurious 2-in-1 complete holiday gift. Better yet, if you're like me and you can't wrap a present, well, you can add free gift packaging when you order today through pajamagram.com. Guys, this is the holiday gift that is sure to make her happy. Give her the gift of PJs, and she might give you a great gift too. Go to pajamagram.com right now for Naturally New pajamas before they sell out. You only have a few days left to get delivery by Christmas. So log on right now to order the best gift ever for that special woman in your life. Go to pajamagram.com and don't forget to tell them Karsh sent you. Ten and 4 following a 42-17 win over Denver. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. And just on a personal level, how good did that feel Saturday night?
Yeah, it felt great to get a win. Just to play well on all facets of the game and get a W. That's our 10th one of the year, and we've had a great season up to this point. But yeah, still some more work to do. You know,
I asked you out on a personal level, and you went straight to we and team and all of that, which is kind of typical for you. Was there any personal satisfaction, anything? Hey, Jared Goff played well. Did you have that talk with yourself driving home after the game?
No. I've been playing well all year, so just gotta keep doing it and keep trying to win games.
There you go. After the game, you made the comment that Ben Johnson was aggressive, and you loved it. Can you give us an example of that aggressiveness, of whether it was a play call or a series where you're like, this is an aggressive offensive coordinator?
Yeah, well, I think early on how we were throwing the ball down the field early on, we don't always do that, and it was something that he was very, adamant about doing, and he wanted to be aggressive. And, I know we took the ball early trying to win the game and, or trying to score early and give ourselves a better chance to win the game. And, I thought it was awesome, man. It was really fun for me, obviously playing quarterback, to throw it that much and, to get in that rhythm that we were in.
Such an obvious question, but I guess I just want to give you the opportunity to discuss the guys up front. That O-line, when healthy, how much of a difference does it make to have that group all back?
Yeah, it's a huge difference maker. It really is. It's a huge luxury for me when those guys are healthy and playing the way they were, and being able to sit back there with all the time I had. I mean, it's a huge credit to them. Not only in the pass game, but the run game was pretty incredible too. Some of the holes they were opening up, and when those guys are playing like that, man, we're tough to beat. We really are. They kind of are the engine that get us going.
Is it going to get to the point where defenses are going to change how they're trying to slow down Sam Laporta?
Yeah, you got to think so. At some point, that teams want to play double coverage on Saint or certain types of coverages to get two guys towards St. Brown. It's tough, when you got two guys out there that can do it like that, and those aren't the only two. Obviously, we got more with Jameson and Josh and St. Brown and Khalif and Donovan. I mean, we can keep going. We got a bunch of guys that can make plays, and then obviously the running backs out of the backfield. It makes it hard, man. It really does. And when he's playing the way he has recently, it's really fun to be around.
It's funny because I feel like the conversations went from can Laporta start to can Laporta have a big impact to is Laporta the best rookie tight end to is Laporta actually maybe one of the best, if not the best tight end in the league with the season he's having. I mean, this is pretty remarkable for a rookie.
Yeah, he really is impressive and really is, a lot of fun to play with. He's such a hard worker and does everything right, continues to show up every day, and is a great professional. I think early on in the season I might have mentioned something like he doesn't feel like a rookie. He really doesn't. He really doesn't. He doesn't really make rookie mistakes anymore, and his progression has been fast, and he deserves all the awards or whatever credit and accolades he's gaining right now.
You mentioned something there, and you said it post game about not only Porta but Gibbs, their work and professionalism as rookies. What are some examples of that? Is it extra work with you? Is it they've been in the film room a ton? Is it they're there at the building with you early in the morning? Like where do you see that?
It's mostly just like their attitudes every day, just how they approach each day. And typically it's not something that they learn or they're not putting on a face for. It's just who they are. It's a credit to the guys upstairs for finding guys like that just, are workers and want to work. And again, like the thing about making the rookie mistakes and then not making it again is rare. It's rare for both of them. And they're both kind of consistently doing that, which is a lot of fun to see their progression. And they're great players who have an extremely bright future.
Speaking of Gibbs, he and Montgomery in the backfield, how much do their styles complement each other and what you guys are trying to do offensively?
It's a lot of fun, man. They do complement each other really well. They both are obviously rooting for each other when they're not out there, but they both can run and catch. They both can run between the tackles. I think David runs a little bit more downhill more often than Ja does, but they both can do it, man. They both can kind of do a little bit of everything, and teams have to prepare for both of them.
So you said something in the post game that I think was pretty significant, and it's because we've talked to you for 3 years now, and we've heard you drop this term on receivers, and that was trust. Yeah, I remember you saying you trust Amon-Ra, and you gave us examples of why. And then earlier this season, you said you trust Sam Laporta, and now you said you trust Jameson Williams. When did you see him ascend to that point where he's going to be a big part of this offense moving forward?
Yeah, it's like we've been talking about, for quite some time with him. It's just reps. And the rookie year, he was, out with the ACL, and then earlier on this year, he was suspended, and it was like, okay, we haven't really just had the reps yet. It was just a matter of time. And at some point in the middle of the season where the reps kind of accumulated to the point where, we all felt good with it, and he's become trustworthy. It's just as time goes on, you start doing the right thing over and over and over again, and I know where he's going to be, and it's no different with him or any other receiver or any running back or tight end. It's all the same. It's just reps, and I'm at that point with him where I can throw it with a lot of trust and anticipation on where he's going to be, and he's making the play.
He had a wow moment, that catch he made on the sideline, and he made a move and got up the sideline. Do you, as the quarterback, ever say wow?
Yeah, it was pretty impressive, and it was even more impressive, watching it on film and slowing it down and seeing how little space he had to work there and being able to tighten up that sideline. It's really impressive. That's why he's such a great player.
So we're getting late into the year. This team has big goals, divisions in the sights this weekend. You said after the game, our superpower is how we respond. You've played on a number of NFL teams. This is something that you can tangibly feel is different with this group, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I think, at some point you don't want to have to keep responding, though. You'd like to, keep on winning. But I think that is our superpower. Something that we're great at is bouncing back and knowing when things aren't up to standard and going to work, putting your head down, making them up to standard, and then going out and performing. And we did that this past week.
That's interesting because it leads into my next question. You said you don't want to have to respond. After this game, used the great line. You said it felt like it was in a flow state, and you told Ben you can call anything. Can that be bottled? Like, how do you bottle that feeling and try and parade it out every Sunday?
Yeah, if you could bottle it, you'd never lose. You'd win every game, and it'd be a miracle. But you try to every week. You try to find ways to find that, and there's a million variables that go into it. But every week you're working towards getting that feeling, and sometimes you do, and sometimes you're fighting for it. But this past week we all had it. We all felt great on offense, and defense was playing well, and it was a great game for everybody.
Something we're getting used to in Detroit is having a very competent coaching staff. What, in your opinion, makes Dan Campbell good at his job?
Oh, man. A ton. And his number one thing that I think he knows football a lot more than people may let on or people may know. He's as smart as anyone I've been around. But then I think his feel for people and his emotional intelligence for the room and what to say and when to push, when to prod, and understanding everyone in the room and what everything means, and being able to speak in front of a room, all that stuff is elite, and it's a lot of fun for me to be around and for me to learn from, honestly.
Teddy Bridgewater announced he's retiring. Could you talk a little bit about the relationship you have with him and what Teddy has meant to this team in his backup role?
Yeah, Teddy's been awesome for me, man. He really has. I've been playing, 8 years now, and I've never really been in a room with somebody that has, equal amount of experience or has played, longer than me. And so having him in the room has been, so beneficial for me, just bouncing questions off him. How do you see this? How would you do this? How did you do this? And I know he's got, coaching aspirations in his future, and he coaches me, man. It's fun. It really is. And having him on the sidelines on game day, and some of the stuff that we talk about throughout the game, some of the stuff he sees that he's able to give to me, positive, negative, indifferent, all that stuff. It really is a lot of fun for me, and he's a special dude, and I will miss him if this is it.
It's funny, late in that game, there was a TV shot of you two on the sidelines, and he was talking to you, and you guys burst out laughing. Do you remember what that conversation was about, and could you share it?
When you throw five, it's a lot of laughing. So I don't know if it was any. I can't quite remember, but we were having fun on the sidelines. He was joking around with me, and we were having a lot of fun.
While we're at it, how's Hendon Hooker doing coming back from injury?
Yeah, Hendon's doing great. He's working his way back in here and has had a great attitude the whole time. And another guy who's fun to be around. He does a great job in the room, and he's done a great job in his limited time back.
Final couple things here with Jared Goff. Ifeatu Melifonwu had a spectacular game. Did you see this coming in practice in the weeks leading up to this?
You never know. I don't know. I think he's finally getting his chance, and sometimes it takes time. Sometimes it just happens like that. But he's always been giving me trouble on scout team over the years while he's been over there. So yeah, I've seen him make plays like he made the other day all the time in practice, and finally got a good chance this week and made the most of it. And it's exciting when young guys do that, and I hope it can continue to improve and continue to go upwards.
All right, final thing. Your last touchdown pass to Sam Laporta. Something very interesting coming out of Vegas. We will get to that coming up today at 1:48 here on Carson Anderson.
No, I was very conscious about trying to get it.
It's cold outside. If you're tired of dry, itchy skin, get a Connecticut water purification system installed by CGC Water. We have one.
No, I was very.
We love it. And if you're tired of running out of hot water, do what we did. Call CGC and ask them about the Navi and tankless water heater. The kids home.
All right,
Jared, appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. Look forward to talking next week. Good luck against Minnesota.
Saving money.
Call CGC Water and tell them Car sent you, and CGC will offer you 10% off the installation.
10-4 following a 42-17 win over Denver. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. And just on a personal level, how good did that feel Saturday
Water
night?
Treatment and plumbing. You're authorized
it felt great to get a win.
deal.
Just to play well on all facets.
Doug Harsh, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. So I just saw this out of Vegas. I found it curious. We get updated point spreads and odds and all that from a website, betonline.ag. And I checked this, and it wasn't true on FanDuel, but this is the Lions season, what you could bet on them to win the Super Bowl. They opened the season, actually going into last offseason on the 13th of February. So this is probably right after the Super Bowl. The Lions were 33-1. By the time the season rolled around, they were 25-1. After they beat the Chiefs, they were 16-1. Then they lost to Seattle. They went back to 25-1. Then they got hot, 22-1, 20-1, 18-1, 16-1. Then back up to 18-1. And then on Halloween, and they went to 11-1. So that was right after the Vegas win. They were 11-1. They came out of that. They had a bye. They dropped to 12-1 during the bye week. Must have had a bad bye week. Stayed at 12-1, 12-1, 12-1. On the 28th, so this is after Thanksgiving, after the loss to Green Bay, they dropped to 16-1. Then they bounced back with the win against New Orleans, 14-1. Then they lost to Chicago. They went to 20-1. Then they beat to Denver, and they went to 22-1. So something happened. I guess more money elsewhere. After the Denver game, the Lions became a bit of a longer shot at 22-1 to win the Super Bowl. So I jumped off my FanDuel app to see if you can get them at 22-1 there, and you can't. They're at 19-1 there. But is there any reason why would they have San Francisco went from 12-5 to 11-5? So their odds got a little bit better. Baltimore got a little bit better. Kansas City got a little bit worse. Miami got a little bit worse. I don't know. It's just kind of an interesting movement in the Lions' odds to win the Super Bowl. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in regarding Brad Holmes. And look, we just brought it up. Can we put to bed the Jalen Carter should have been the pick topic? Because Jalen Carter might help them win, but probably not much more than this. And what they did is working out quite a bit because it was Jalen Carter or Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. They traded the pick at 6 that would have got him Carter for 12 and 30, whatever it was. And they used those picks to take Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta, and bam, it's going pretty well. Unnamed texter writes in, I'm over it, but I feel Jalen Carter was still the right move. Next text, unnamed texter, I'm over it because of Laporta. Next text, I made a comment on draft day. The same people who hated the Gibbs-Laporta move were going to be the same in line to buy their jerseys by the end of the year. I loved the picks based off the tape those two had from college. I think if you lay it out, straight up trade, Jalen Carter for Gibbs and Laporta, 29 teams in the NFL make that trade every time. Only San Francisco probably okay with keeping McCaffrey and Kittle, LOL. That's funny. Brandon and Warren writes in, I don't feel great about the Sam Laporta pick because everyone was saying that Mayer was the tight end from Georgia. I think it was with the consensus #1 tight end. I wanted a tight end, but he opened himself up for scrutiny when he went against the grain and took his guy. Obviously, now I'm thrilled. Well, Brandon, he was probably right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Richard. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Richard?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good.
Long-time listener. I sit and listen to you guys every day waiting to pick up my kids for school.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. How old are the kids?
My daughter's 12 and my boy's 11.
All right, good. Fun age.
But, yeah, I was calling in. I think the Minnesota game, the Lions should win that game. The only thing I worry about is Hunter and the rest of the Minnesota defense trying to kill Jared Goff.
Well,
if he can make it through that game, I think we'll be fine.
There's no question.
We need our offensive line more than ever against those guys, that's for sure.
I mean, look at the teams that are leading divisions. Just about all of them have their healthy quarterback, right? I think they all do.
Exactly.
I think every single one of them has a healthy starting quarterback right now. And so let's not, you can't, every single time you take the field, your entire season can change. And they've got a group up front that does a great job at protecting the quarterback when that group is intact. And I think it's 6 games now, the whole year, that they've had this starting offensive line. It's not enough, and you hope you don't have to deal with that again the rest of the way. But yeah, I'm concerned about any time they take the field, that guy staying healthy. It's huge.
Exactly. Well, I think if we can get past Minnesota, Dallas, I think Buffalo exposed them with the run game. Cooks reminded me a lot of Montgomery, the way he was running the ball. And then we got the 1-2 punch with Gibbs. I think if we keep the ball on the ground against Dallas, I think they're beatable. Plus, you got the time of possession if you run the ball more, and you can keep Dak Prescott and the rest of the guys off the field.
Well, there's no doubt that Dallas has a different team home and road, so we will see. We welcome in Mike Valenti and Rico Beard to join us at this time here on 97.1 The Ticket. Boys, how we doing?
Dougie, I want to help you with something.
Please do.
Listening to that last call, all right? Because you and I are on the same wavelength here. The offensive line. Sometimes I oversimplify stuff. But offensive line, this is courtesy of the Birchie kid. 5 games they've played together. The full complement. Saturday night was the 5th game.
Yep.
The Lions are as follows with a full O-line. 5-0, scoring 38.4 points a game. 421 yards a game, 180 rushing yards a game, 5.5 yards a carry, and Jared Goff, quarterback rating of 121.73. Am I oversimplifying it or not that as that line goes, this team will go? It's not about Goff. It's about that line.
Well, it's about, that line sets up everything. Like, Gibbs and Montgomery, both moving in on 1,000 yards. The potential probably runner-up for Rookie of the Year in Sam Laporta, but you can make a case right now that he's in that top echelon of tight ends. It's all predicated on that line, given this quarterback, when he has time, he'll slice you up.
That's right.
Yep.
And that's the whole point. I just think people have focused on the wrong thing, but bitching about the quarterback is fun, so I get it.
Well,
because nobody talks offensive line unless you get a lot of holding calls.
Well, that's pretty much true. Hey, what do you make of the false start on Jason Kelce? Did you guys see that last night? They're really trying to make the tush push. Yeah, they're trying to make the tush push more difficult, and I'm all here for it. I'm here for it.
I'm here for the rules committee. Yeah, the rules committee needs to take it away. It's not a football play. It's a rugby play.
It's a football play.
It's not a football play.
No, because they can do it better than everybody else doesn't mean it's not a football play.
Okay. For one, it's dangerous for the players. Ask anyone who plays the game. It's a danger. Get it out of the game. Player safety. Next.
Yeah, I guess I missed all the people who got injured.
The league.
It happens all the time. I just saw an offensive lineman get rolled up doing it. I saw it this weekend. I was watching Bears and Vikings.
Peter King said they don't have the data yet to support that it causes injuries, but they don't like it, and they're trying to make it more difficult until they can ban it for that reason. But
get it out of the game.
I'm not a big fan.
Get it out of the game. Rico likes the sizzle. I like the steak. Get the games out of here. Let's play football.
If you came up with a competitive advantage, and hey, they got rugby players who taught them how to do it. Other teams can't do it. That doesn't mean you get better at it. Don't cry.
No, they can do it. Yeah. All teams are doing it. It's a bad play. Only you would make this negative. We're here positive about the O-line. Here comes Rico to bleep in the stocking. Unbelievable.
Saying, Nick Mullins can't make it. That's not the Eagles' fault. They can.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Not talking tush push, I will tell you that.
How Mike is just mean and a jerk. We're gonna start that off at 2.
No, I'm in a great mood. I'm in a great mood. I've gotten both nostrils functioning again. We're making strides here.
And isn't that a thing of beauty when the day you realize I can breathe again?
Yes. Yes, it's a whole new lease on life.
I look forward to that day. Have a great show.
Oh no, Doug, you're getting taken. Yeah, Doug, no, you're getting taken under too.
I'm cleaning up the workstation as I leave. Have a great show, boys. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
No, Rico, not to this song. Oh, my. Welcome in, everybody. There'll be no chair smashing today.
I was testing the board.
We're in a good mood. Hey, that's fine. I measure twice, cut once. You hit whatever buttons you need. We got a lot of ground to cover today. I really like this. More of a potpourri today, but let's look back before we look forward. I mentioned something to Rico, and I said, look, I have a propensity sometimes. I can oversimplify stuff. I view things as black and white. I hate the shades of gray. Have an opinion, back it up with some facts, and do radio. But yesterday I made a statement, and I didn't get attacked too much on it. I think it was hard for people to do that. But I had said, look, as the offensive line goes, this entire operation goes for your Detroit Lions. And what I meant was you're focusing on the wrong stuff. Like last week, it had hit a fevered pitch that the team collectively wasn't playing well. But the offensive line wasn't healthy. Yet the calls we got were Aaron Glenn's a bum, Jared Goff sucks, Hendon Hooker this. It was really, okay, look, Saturday, the O-line was together for only the 5th time. That means Decker at left tackle, Jonah Jackson at left guard, Ragnow at center, Glasgow at right guard, Penei Sewell at right tackle. Yeah. And this stat was sent to me. The stat is from someone I like, Will Birchfield, by way of someone whose nickname is now Smarmajan Cheese, Jim Costa. And I want to present this to the people.
And folks, pull up a chair. Mike, not a religious type, but he's about to take you to church.
This is, isn't it? You're going to be doing that robot dance from the drop I like to play. So in the 5, let it out. That's what this is called. It's the analytic of Shunda la la shika la la baba daba dooba. Here we go. In the 5 games your offensive line has been healthy, you are 5-0. In the 5 games your offensive line has been healthy, you've scored 38.4 points a game. In those 5 games, 421.2 yards a game. In those 5 games, 179.4 rushing yards a game at a clip of 5.5 yards a carry. And oh, by the way, the quarterback that you want to throw in the garbage, a quarterback rating of 121.7. So here's the question. I'm opening myself up to slander. Am I oversimplifying it by saying the following? If your offensive line is healthy, you win a playoff game. If your offensive line is healthy, you're winning this division. You may win out. But if the offensive line is anything other than intact, you're going nowhere. That you are not built. You're not built to survive that. No, Jared Goff is not that quarterback. Your defense is not that defense. Your running game won't be what it looks like when it's right. All of it. That it truly, the way your team is built, the oldest adage in football, you win with the tip of the sword. That's you. Am I oversimplifying it? If I am, call me out on it and tell me what I'm missing. Teach me. If I'm not, show a little support. Rico, that's the power stat by way of Birchie, by way of Costa. 248-539-9797. It's a marshmallow world. Do you think I've oversimplified it, or is what I said yesterday the truth?
I think it's a little bit of both, Mike. I do.
Damn it!
No. Here's why. No, here's why. And when I finish, I think you will agree with me.
Okay.
I think it's an oversimplification because, as you know, the playoffs are a different animal. What you do in the regular season doesn't always translate to the playoffs. It is truly win or go home. But I think that if the offensive line is intact, you have a chance of winning any playoff game. Like there's some games where you know this team has no shot at winning. Congratulations, you made the playoffs. Go hang your banner, but you'll be done in 60 minutes. No. if the offensive line is there, then that means that this team can compete with anybody in the NFC in any playoff game. Because you can run the ball, you can control the clock, and once you run the ball, you can do so many different things with the play action. Now you can go deep. Now you can hit Laporta. They're starting to incorporate J-Mo in this. So it does all start with the offensive line. Jared Goff's not under siege. He's not asked to go out there and be the man. He is able to just stay in his lane and work his magic. And these numbers are great because I didn't realize that he was that effective. And this team was that good when all five were there. So, yeah, if all five are there, I can't guarantee you a playoff win, but I can guarantee it'll be a competitive game, and you'll give yourself a chance of winning.
248-539-9797. Just, am I oversimplifying it? And look, this is more complex than, well, every team needs their O-line healthy. That's actually not true. We saw Joe Burrow on the cusp of a Super Bowl with a bad offensive line.
You saw the Kansas City
That's not
Chiefs.
how your team is built?
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Yes, Rico, great call. It's just not how you're built. This is how you're built. And if your guys, if the War Daddies up front are together, I think you could absolutely find yourself making a playoff run. Now, do I believe under any circumstance you can beat the San Francisco 49ers? No, I do not. And that's okay. That's not a crime. I think we're witnessing one of the best teams of the last 5 or 6 years right now with San Francisco. No privilege slander. It's a holiday week. They're legit. They're a freight train. But your job is to win this division. 3 games left. Your job is to win a home playoff game. Get rid of that odious piece of history of one playoff win since 57. If you do those 2 things, we're all having a Merry Christmas. And no matter what happens in the divisional round, no matter what would happen, God willing, in an NFC title game, you will never look back on this season anything other than fondly. But it is all about the offensive line. Have I oversimplified it? Do you believe the defense bears more responsibility? That it is about Goff, or that it is about these other factors? I don't. I even think something Rico and I are nervous about, which is Dan Campbell, game theory, analytics, gambling. The reality is, if that offensive line is together, his decisions make more sense because more of them are going to work out.
Yeah.
More, you can do it more confidently.
Yeah, that when you all of a sudden on that 4th and 3, you run a pitch play to whoever, that all of a sudden Montgomery is not going to get tackled. And the line will move people 5 yards down the field, and you'll pick up that first down. So, yes, Jahmyr Gibbs, you don't worry about him getting caught 3 yards behind the line.
Right. Now, but think about that stat. When your O-line's together, 5-0, you're putting up 420 yards a game. You're scoring almost 40 points a game. Your quarterback with an obscene QB rating of 121.73, and you have the best running attack in the league. 180 yards a game at a 5.5 YPC. To me, that's the key. And if the offensive line is not the biggest key on this team, what is? I mean, go ahead. You can keep saying Goff, but these are the numbers when this O-line's right. You can keep saying the defense. But remember, when you're doing this, when you're built this way, it's very similar to the Cowboys of 5 years ago. Remember, Rico, when they at one point, I think they had 4 first-round picks on the offensive line?
Yep.
And Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, who's since retired. They had, what did they have? They had Zach Martin. It was the best offensive line in the game. Mm-hmm. But if it wasn't right, they couldn't function.
Mm-hmm. They all had to be there.
I think Dak is, I think they've changed. But I'd like to know from people. And if I'm oversimplifying, go ahead. Bleep in the stocking. 248-539-9797. Kenny, let's get Kenneth involved. Kenny, are we oversimplifying it? Is it more than this?
I don't think you're oversimplifying it. I think it could be even simpler, because if this offensive line is not healthy, Goff looks bad. He doesn't look just vulnerable. He looks bad. I know that's oversimplifying it, but the second he gets an ounce of pressure on him, he looks like he just folds in half. He cannot make his second or third read with somebody coming in his blind side. I mean, that's always what it's been with this guy. You're right. He is not that guy. He is not that quarterback, which means this line has to be healthy. When healthy, this team goes the way that line goes.
If the line's healthy, they win the division, they win a playoff game. Agree? No matter who the opponent.
Line's healthy, they win the division. And they probably will win
Not
a playoff.
ready to say a playoff game.
No, because I need to see who they're going to go up against because, as I told you, and maybe it's just me, if you have to play the Vikings 3 times in 4 weeks, that's difficult.
Fair. No, fair. I think the more you play a team, the harder it is to beat them. Yeah, fair. Not going to go to war on that one.
So, yeah, but if it's the Rams, if it's somebody else, then, yeah, you win that playoff game. The Vikings are the only one. And I'm not saying they're world beater guys. It's just it's difficult that when you play the same team. That they always say it's hard to beat a team 3 times. Try playing a team 3 times in 4 weeks. You're going to know everything about that.
You know when I learned that lesson? I remember being a kid, and my dad told me that deal. The whole, it's really hard to beat a team twice, and it's damn near impossible to beat them a 3rd time. I think it was 1993. Andre Rison with the Browns. Eric Metcalf. Remember those teams? The Steelers, I think, had beaten them. Or no, the Browns had beaten the Steelers twice in the playoffs, and then the Steelers popped them in the playoffs. Like you couldn't beat them a 3rd time. I'd have to go back and double check. But it was those teams. Bernie Kosar, the whole bit. And it's just you start to see it, especially when it's teams in your division. You never want to see a divisional opponent in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. You just don't want to. Too much familiarity. It's a lot like what Rico preaches about the non-conference or regular season, and then you get into March Madness. Like, you're in the Big Ten, everybody knows your sets. Yeah. You play teams who haven't seen you, and they got 48 hours to grind your tape, they're at a big disadvantage.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Yeah, because you're like, wow, how did Northwestern beat that team? Because they know everything about that team that you'll never find out.
And they've seen it forwards and backwards and around again. Yeah. America's favorite place to watch football, the sport we're talking about, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience that is built for you, the fan. One of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of the massive screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, Rico, let's get to the people. Let's see what they've got to say on it. I thought it was an incredible stat, Will Birchfield on it. It kind of reaffirmed what I brought up yesterday, which is it's the O-line, it's not Goff. It's the O-line, it's not the defense. If they're healthy, they're together, you're golden. And if they're not, you're probably screwed. I gave you the stat to start the show. Let's see if people think I'm oversimplifying.
No,
yes.
it is funny, man. Before we get to calls, a friend of mine's listening to the show. It's like, and that's why you could put any quarterback behind there. It doesn't have to be Goff. If the O-line is there, that anybody can get this done, and maybe they need a mobile QB.
Sure.
So,
well, I understand that thought process. What you should ask your friend is, how do you know the next guy's going to be able to do it?
And
I mean, I have the guy who's currently doing it. I have the guy who currently has the relationship with Amon-Ra St. Brown and has launched his career. I have the guy who's currently got the relationship that Sam Laporta is the new George Kittle. I mean, just ask your friend. I'd like my winning lottery numbers and to know with certainty that I can replace him with, quote, just anyone. Just send that text back for me, please.
Hashtag
DJ.
What's going on, DJ?
What's up, gentlemen? Always a pleasure, especially with this topic right here, man. I love the topic of the day. It's what we kind of talked on yesterday. Mike, I'm with you in this regard because we're basically saying the same thing, kind of. Ain't it kind of the same thing with Brock Purdy? That's what you've been saying. I'm with you on that. Like, when you got a great offensive line and everything around you, if you can play, which Jared Goff can play, you should excel. But let's stick to the Lions for now. Right now, you're not simplifying things, Mike, for the simple fact you look at the teams that are considered better than us. If I'm not mistaken, Dallas has 2 Hall of Famers on that offensive line. They're considered a favorite to win the Super Bowl. The San Francisco 49ers arguably has the best left tackle in the history of the game on their team. They're considered to win. The reason why we're not favorite is because our defensive line is not as good as both of those. Else we would be one of the favorites. So I'm going as far as to say this offensive line stays healthy. Absolutely. The division is done, and we might go to the NFC Championship game. How about that? Because they're that impactful because that offensive line allows the defense to stay off the field. It all goes hand in hand, and it makes Goff look great. So I'm with you, Mike.
Yeah, and again, I mean, DJ, look at last night. I've been saying it for weeks. The Super Bowl representatives from last season are incredibly vulnerable, and people don't want to admit it. Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts plays. Geno Smith doesn't. They put up 17 points. Okay? And they lost. And you look at Kansas City, it's the same deal. They have to win games 20-17 over anybody with a pulse. Why? Their offense is bad. Yeah. Travis Kelce is a shell of himself. Their receivers, it's a joke. Rashee Rice and a collection of nothing. Guys, if you're in the NFC, there's only 2 teams I really care about. It's Dallas, and that's if they're at home, and it's Rico's team.
See, I don't
you
even
can play the Niners on the moon. You're not beating them.
See, I don't even think Dallas, Mike, because Dallas they can't win playoff games. They look
Show
great.
Show me someone going to Dallas and bleeping on their front porch, and I will change my statement. At home, it's something out of the movies you watch, Rico. It's something out of a comic book with a glove, with jewels, snapping fingers and making people disappear.
In the regular season. And in the playoffs, that is not the same team. Every year, it's funny because Dallas is similar to Texas. Every year, people say they're back until they're
instead
not.
Of SOL, instead of SOL, you're talking SOC.
SOC.
Same old Cowboys.
Yep.
All right.
Or
sock.
You know what?
We're talking sock.
No, or they're the original PC, playoff Cowboys.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Matt, Royal Oak, 97.1. What's up, Matty?
Hey guys, I've called in a couple times and we've talked about the Gibbs and the no pass pro. The only pass pro play I saw him do in that game was in the third quarter. It was a 3rd and 11. Gibbs ended up being part of a 6-on-6 thing that Goff still lost, but it was a choice. He had Laporta wide open, but only for about 4 or 5 yards. Wouldn't have got the 11 yards for the first down. It was a sack. But I'm just curious what you think we haven't seen yet for these playoff games because Cabinda's coming back finally. And I thought this game was really telling on offense because this was like what they wanted to do. You look at the stat sheet and it was just chalk across the board. I saw them use Montgomery basically between the 20s. And then as soon as they got to the 20, you don't have to throw for 30, 40 yards anymore. Then it was Gibbs. And if they ever had a goal line situation, I would assume it would be back to Montgomery. But I'm looking for those plays when Cabinda comes back where you can stop doing Rodrigo as a rental fullback and them challenging the tight ends that they've put back there in the fullback position. I'm looking for that bomb play where it's Cabinda who can pick up the blitz and Gibbs can take off and flood one side and leave J-Mo on the other end all the way wide open to run down the field and see if Goff can connect with him. And to be able to show that play early and make teams worry about it and test it. What do you think we haven't seen from this offense yet?
I mean, the only thing would be what you brought up, which is this mystical obsession this town has with the deep ball. Yeah. Even though this team leads the league in completions of over 20 yards, they want 40 or 50. I don't know. That's it. We've seen everything else.
Yeah, they want to see Jalen Hurts. Yeah, they want to see Hurts dropping back, throwing it 50 yards to A.J. Brown. They want to see what Lamar does. They want that pass, Mike. That's going to make people feel good.
I don't care. I like winning.
That's
you. My answer to it. I like winning.
I'm with you.
Let's go to TJ on SL 97.1. What's up, TJ? How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself, fellas?
Hey, man.
Okay, man. What's going on?
Y'all was saying the offensive line is the total piece here. I kind of disagree. I feel it's our coordinators being able to play behind this great offensive line is it. Because, NFL strength of schedule is decided on your year last year. So we haven't, our tests, the Seahawks, the Ravens, dominating our division. We kind of didn't, pass those big tests. We beat everybody we were supposed to beat. But in those key situations, our coordinators, give us an extra possession. We have to go for it on fourth down still. And then we get more aggressive on defense when to get that those possessions back. We blitz a little bit more like we did this past week. We caught Russell Wilson off guard. It's really our coordinators being able to know that our offensive line is going to win us these games. Like, our offensive line, they are great, but us knowing Dan Campbell knowing that, okay, we got to keep our offense on the field. Let's get these 3 yards. And our defense being more aggressive when we have to play behind them is the key right now.
Yeah, but I mean, TJ, like, there's no team who's ever gone to a Super Bowl who's had bad coordinators. Yeah, I mean, we have good coordinators. I don't think Aaron Glenn's bad. I don't think they're a finished product. And I've been saying this. Look, down James Houston, down Aleem McNeil, down C.J. Gardner-Johnson, down Emmanuel Mosley, and for a few weeks they were down Anzalone. That's 5 of your 11 defensive starters.
Yeah. What you saw last...
I don't know a team on the planet that's going to look good with that.
No, it happens, Mike, that all of a sudden you're going to take a step back. But what you saw when they played Saturday was Aaron Glenn, in my opinion, finally taking the pieces that he has and making it work and using it to his advantage. And we may not be able to cover guys. And then, you know what? I saw that they moved guys. Campbell was talking about how he moved Jacobs to the special teams. And we're going to blitz. That's what we can do. We can disrupt this. We can disrupt Russell Wilson because I don't think that he's as good as he is playing. And I think that we can make this man crack. And they did. And they went after him. And they hit him so many times that Russ starts seeing ghosts. That if you were at home watching the game, I have no idea what happened with Russell Wilson and Sean Payton but Russell was just trying to hurry up the plays because I wonder if it's because the Lions were bringing so much pressure. He was just trying. You know what? Let's. I'm not going to sit here and let them really come up with a scheme to hit me once again. Let's just get this play going.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. We got a lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of Lions for sure. But boy, we got to get into a little college football. I think a coach said something actually brilliant. I don't know if Rico's going to make fun of me. I don't know if you will agree. I might be a lone wolf. I completely agree with what the coach had to say. We'll get to it later in the show, though. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now to take advantage of the year-end deals on the great inventory of new 2024 Chevrolets. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the December Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT. Get this, guys, because this ain't a typo. $269 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, and you get 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. You tell them Rico sent you. Ask for that Rico deal and new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT for $269 a month. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, let's get to business. We got a lot of football. Let's go around the league. On the heels of Monday night, poor Eagles. You just hate to see it. Kenny?
So for this one here, we got ourselves a Mike Florio Pro Football Talk Power Rank, right? And he has little comments about each team as you go up the list, so we'll point out some of the interesting ones, get your guys' thoughts. Sound good?
Okay.
All right.
Kenny, you don't sound interested. I need the energy.
I'm very interested.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays
Let's go.
to you. The Seahawks, number 15, might have a decision to make at quarterback. 2024, they're 7-7, 15th on the power rank.
Decision at quarterback for next year?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for 2024.
Look, listen, I tell you what I want to do. I want to be a gentleman. That's who I am. I want to let Rico Beard go first because he is the equivalent of Tommy DeVito's agent for Geno Smith. Why doesn't Rico tell you how wonderful he is?
I think that this is probably going to be a parting of the ways with Seattle and Geno Smith. Mike, I thought Seattle was able to squeeze the last little bit of juice out of him. But, yes, if you're the Seahawks, you got to start looking forward. You got to look to find another quarterback. He was only going to be good for a year, maybe two, and we've hit the end of that second year. So, no, I think that they will have to find a new QB.
For me, what I think they have to go all in to move up and acquire a quarterback. And it's not ideal. It's not optimal. But they have to try because they have the pieces everywhere. And defense is overachieved. It's there. But they need a quarterback.
And see, Mike,
now, show me some veterans on the market. We can talk. But if you put someone like a Jaden Daniels in that offense, oh, baby.
See, I think that they're going to be I think they're going to be a part of the Justin Fields sweepstakes because when Chicago says we want to get rid of him, a team like Seattle needs to come up with the best package ever to bring him there because that's a game changer for them.
There you go. Agree totally. So the answer, Kenny, yes, changes have to be made.
Rams 14. The only reason I bring this one up is because of what he says after, and everybody else on the station I feel like has said this at some point, so I'll just do it. All I want for Christmas is Rams at Lions in the playoffs. That is the ultimate root for radio, is it not?
No. I'll be honest with you. I think of the wild card teams, not named Philadelphia, that's the most dangerous one. I mean, it'd be fun, but I think that one has potential to be very scary. They have overachieved people, and this Kyron Williams it's a thing.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I think the root for radio because you want to see Stafford versus Goff, which one was right. Well, Stafford already has a Super Bowl ring, so I don't think that the Rams care. I think they won the deal until you win the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's not the team that you – it's one of those careful what you wish for because you just may get it.
Yeah, now we got Colts 13, Jags 12. The quote for the Jags is the table was set for the number 1 seed. Now they might not even make the playoffs.
Yep. Yeah, you can file it under one of the handful of most disappointing teams in the league in my world. It's all there for them, and right now they may lose the damn division. It's shameful. It really is.
Yeah, they're the NFL version of just can't get right. Every time they take 2 steps forward, they take 1 back and 1 to the side, and it's just like you want to believe in them, you see the potential, but they can't put together a complete season and follow up a great victory with another great victory.
Yeah, then we got Bengals 11. 10 is the Texans. That win should give them the right to the Oilers uniforms for a decade.
Absolutely agree.
Agree totally. And it should give D'Amico Ryans Coach of the Year. It's incredible what they've done. Yeah. Truly.
Yeah. This is a team that gambled with their picks. Remember, they traded their first-round pick for next year to Arizona because they're like, not only do we want Will Anderson, we also want C.J. Stroud. We think we have something. And people made fun of them because Stroud had the low test score, and oh my goodness, he was an Ohio State quarterback. They've hit the jackpot. They've got their 2 leaders. They don't care. And the Cardinals are sitting there saying, wait, I thought we were going to have 2 top 5 picks. No, enjoy that pick in the 20s.
Then you have Browns 9, Lions 8, Chiefs 7. What do you make of them dropping all the way to Lions territory in this power rank?
I would have the Lions higher than the Chiefs.
Me too. And guess what, guys? Patrick Mahomes, if he's going to make the Super Bowl, is going to have to do something he's never done before. Play a road playoff game.
Maybe not. No, Mike, maybe not. Because when I saw the breakdown, Patrick Mahomes may be living the most charmed life because of the remaining schedule. I don't think they hardly play anybody. They're playing, I think, 2 losing teams and somebody like around 500, while the Ravens have to go and play the Dolphins, and the Dolphins have to play the Ravens and the Cowboys. Ravens got to play the 49ers. The Chiefs may somehow backdoor their way into the number 1 seed, believe it or not.
And I'm not listening to you.
And just one above them is the Eagles, saying that this isn't 2022 anymore.
No, I've said it all. Said it earlier in the show. I think they're in big trouble.
When you make a switch and start reshuffling your staff this late in the season, that's not just a red flag. That's a red flag marching band coming through your living room saying, we got problems.
And this Cowboys at 5, it's hard to think of the Cowboys as a Super Bowl contender when they get blown out on the road like that. Do you think the Cowboys are a Super Bowl contender?
Yes. That's a league game. Mm-hmm. They had a couple big emotional games, including one of the biggest wins in recent Cowboy memory. Your reward is to go on the road against a red-hot Bills team who this offense coordinator switch after firing Ken Dorsey, going to Joe Brady. It's one game, Kenny. You got to look at it in a capsule. Yes, I think they are. But they have got to have home games. Now, if it's them versus San Francisco, in San Francisco, am I picking San Francisco? Yes. But if you're in the NFC title game, you're a Super Bowl team, right? Like you're playing for the right to go. And that right now, those two look like they're on a collision course for that. So, yes, for me.
See, I would say they have all the pieces, Kenny, of being a Super Bowl team. Mentally, I don't know if they can get that done, Mike, because I've seen them play San Francisco in San Francisco. I've seen them play them in Dallas. They can't win games in the playoffs. They find ways to lose horrifically. So until they show that they can get over that mental hurdle, yes, they have all the talent. This team could compete, but I got to see it. I got to see it happen for Dallas.
So the top 4, 4-3-2-1, Bills, Dolphins, Ravens, Niners. Privilege. Any issue there?
The Bills?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bills are too high. That's recency bias.
They may not make the playoffs. Yeah, they had a good game, but that's still Josh Allen. I think he's regressing. Ironically enough, the less that he had to do, the better they look. When he has to do a lot, that's when a lot of turnovers happen. So, no, I couldn't put the Bills in the top 4. You got the Niners, Ravens, and Dolphins.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, Niners, Ravens, Dolphins.
Dolphins, what are they going to do outside of Miami? What are they going to do when they have to play in weather that's just not always perfect? The Ravens, man, I mean, Lamar makes plays. Their plays aren't even designed. It's playground action when you watch them. It works, but what happens for those days that it doesn't work? That's what I wonder about the Ravens.
Hit the chair drop on that one.
And that is in football today.
Exactly. Moran Buick GMC, car buying and certified car service. They make it easy. Holidays are here. You're busy as hell. That includes road trips. That includes seeing family. Great deals. Get you on the road in style. A 23 Acadia, $259 a month. A 24 Terrain, $242 a month. And Denali's are in stock. You want one? Make the call to Moran Buick GMC. They'll get moving on it for you right now. MoranExpress.com for all certified service. You get that loaner vehicle, they got you covered. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. You know, Kenny, I think we need to have the NFL voiceover guy do a Christmas song. The Detroit Lions.
Oh.
Honest.
Right in your stocking.
The 12 Days of Detroit.
Exactly. Kenny, a few ticket texts. We'll go on the board, get back to it. Rico has a season ticket question. Some people are upset. We'll talk about it. Kenny, ticket text first.
Mike is over 100% right on the O-line because Goff is far below average when pressured. To add to that, the line stays healthy. I think they beat Dallas and get the 2 seed.
Oh, boy. Okay. I mean, look, we're going to talk confidence level. You got 3 games to go, and it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Your confidence level correlates to the amount of wins you think you're getting the last 3 games. And I think it's tricky. Starting this weekend, that's not going to be a walk in the park in Minnesota. At Dallas, and then, yes, home against Minnesota, where I know Rico is about to point out the game may not matter. And he's right. Go ahead, Kenny.
Having a healthy O-line doesn't just help the offense out. It allows the defense to stay off the field for as long as possible. That's from Michael.
Yeah, the TOP. Like, look, this is how teams are beating Philadelphia. Go look at time of possession in their last 5-6 games. I mean, they're on the field for 80 snaps a game on defense. That's how you beat people. That's how you keep a great offense off the field.
Yeah, you wear them down.
Games are won and lost
Especially
in the trenches.
second half.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Games are won and lost in the trenches. You can't win a playoff game without having at least one of those lines healthy and productive.
Yeah. Yeah, my excitement is it's not a finished product. I'm really eager to see what they do. And again, I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse. I'm saying I can't wait to see the offseason to see what they do to move it forward. Because the window opens right now. Now it begins that you should have a nice run of success here. It's built right. And you get to say you have a Super Bowl window.
And then on the other side of it, having a good O-line and a healthy O-line is important, but I still wish we would have gone after a pass rusher at the deadline. We've been getting a lot of those.
The NFL. All right, let's
and a kicker.
Let's go. Right. Let's go on the board, shall we? Boy, as Rico likes to say, I really stuffed your stocking last night. Let's see. Hawks first quarter, -3.5. Win. Hawks -6.5 in first half. Win. Cade Cunningham over 21.5 points. Win.
And
don't bet the game. I think right. And for Detroit, send those toys back. I told you stay away from the spread, 12.5. That was a winner. I saved you money. So, what do we have for an encore? Only one thing. First of all, there are no system that is not a system plays in college basketball tonight. Nothing qualifies. Let me offer you an NBA play here. Rico, do you know who's back tonight?
Yes, Ja Morant.
So we're going to bet against him.
Oh.
Memphis on the road at the Pels. Pels laying 6.5. Now, here's what's interesting. I think the line is short based on Morant being back. But do you know who's not back? Well, first of all, Steven Adams is out for the year, and he's important for what they do. Brandon Clark still isn't playing off the blown Achilles. Marcus Smart is perpetually hurt. And Ja, isn't there going to be a little bit of rust tonight? Maybe even a little bit of hero ball. Pels laying 6.5. The Pels are an infinitely better team. I thought it was interesting looking at New Orleans tonight. Wanted your thoughts there.
Well, it's funny because that's also going to be a part of my parlay. But, yeah, for all the reasons that you said, I think Ja's going to come out and try to assert himself early and often, and it's going to be a lot of 1-on-5. So, yeah, I like that. If you're going to play New Orleans, not many times I'll say take the Pelicans, but this is one.
Yeah, I just always try to do the reverse psychology where it's like, Ja's back, must bet Grizz. Not so fast. What do you have for the parlay? Let's hear it.
Well, I'm hoping on hero ball, Mike. And I'm hoping that when two superstars play each other, they bring out the best of each other. I'm looking for Ja to score over 25 or more points and Zion to score 25 or more points at plus 310.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, because, when it's that whole ego thing. Let me show you what I can do. This is my house. Oh, yeah, but I'm a bigger star than you. I got taken number one. Yeah, I should have been number one. I think that's going to play a lot into this game.
Hey, did you just real quick, and I want to get to Kenny because I think I know his hockey pick. What's up with Celtics only laying 5 at the Warriors, who've been awful? Red flags on that one.
Yeah,
that scares me.
Yeah, it is, and also shout out just to the people who come up with the lines because we had a loser last night thanks to a fierce last-minute layup. The Spartans ended up covering. Sorry, Kenny. I thought your Grizz would. I thought taking them in the points were going to be something.
Really? Huh.
Well, I'd also like to apologize for Greg Campy being dressed like a Bond villain.
Let me start, Mike.
Robert Goulet T-shirts and a blazer. Not a good look. Nature. Kenny, ready?
I have 3. 2 that I love. 1 that I like. Go ahead.
All right. There was only one that spoke to me. The board spoke to me, and I know you grew up a huge Craig Berube fan. Blues plus 145 on the road at the Lightning.
Mike, I think you're just getting worse at this mind meld game. Not even close.
Wait, why? What's the problem?
The Blues is a heavy dog. There's a reason they're a heavy dog. It's because largely this year they stink and they're playing in Tampa. I still think Tampa can get back to at least semi-championship caliber hockey, so I stay away from that one.
Wow. Heartbroken. Okay, go ahead.
The easy one is the Golden Knights plus 115 traveling to Carolina, defending champs. They brought back pretty much the same roster they had last year, so you'd think that they're going to be around as good, and largely they have been. The Canucks plus 105 traveling to Nashville. I also love that one. The Canucks are just great this year. That's the reasoning. And your Islanders at home plus 130 against Edmonton. That's the one I don't love.
All right, listen, whatever you do, don't be a moron. And also, I'll continue to find ways to bet against the Pistons because, let's face it, Detroit, our only way forward is for them to lose.
I know, by the way, if you're going to bet the Maryland game in the Music City Bowl, Talia Tungavaloa just said he's opting out of the game. So take that for what it's worth.
Rico.
Yeah.
And I know it's a sensitive topic for you. You got to call your boy. You can't be dressed up like a Bond villain. That was absurd. All right? Can't be. Come on. We're wearing a Robert Goulet tee with a blazer.
Hey, man, he's dropped some LBs. He just wanted to show off
it's
the new look.
It's a big game. Dress like it, man. Come on, have a little class.
Hey, collared shirt. Look it up.
Hey, man,
all right.
He doesn't make that Izzo money.
Yeah, for a reason. Black top.
Wow.
Hey, you don't get to call yourself the King of Rochester. Collared shirt. Come on now. Only thing worse is if he went out there in a deep V. Show a little taco meat for everybody, huh?
He's a
Wave
step
to the
away
crowd.
from it, man. He's a step away from it.
Come on.
You know what, Kenny? Maybe if you participated in the NIL program and the coaches program, he could afford to.
What's that? Paying to not make the NCAA tournament?
All right.
He makes a tournament.
But what about the arena? Okay. Hey, coming up tomorrow, we'll talk about Kenny's run-in with Greg Campy. It's exciting. Shout out College Radio. All right. Up next, Rico, season tickets, the conundrum. We'll do it next. All right, holiday season, FanDuel. I know, we got to get rid of that Robert Goulet t-shirt underneath Campy's tree. But FanDuel, lots of sports, lots of fun. New offer, it's pretty simple. $5 moneyline wager, you get $150 in bonus bets. So an example. Last couple of nights we've been telling you. Pistons are not going to win. You place a bet money line, you get the 150 on. Well, who cares? Whoever they're playing, it's a W. And you pad the account. App is easy to use. Spreads, props, totals, you name it, they got it. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official betting partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. That bonus is issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117. Oh, count that baby in a foul. By the way, if you missed it last night, you had George calling it like Game 7 of the ECF. Woo! Pistons are absolute theater right now, and that broadcast, it's like an SNL skit. But that's not what we're here to talk about. No. Rico wants to talk to you about discretionary income and tickets. Rico Beard.
Yeah, Mike, earlier this week, you guys found out that, hey, we just beat the Broncos, and then you got hit with an email for renewing your 2024 season tickets. The average increase is like 36%. Basically, the Lions are taking advantage of their fan base, in my opinion. They know you love this team. They know you're riding high. You'll pay whatever, and they are going to embark on that. Every game was sold out. They had the league's biggest jump in attendance this season. and now you're going to pay for it. Some fans even said that the ticket increase is up to like 70%. I don't understand how you're going to pay this amount of money. Mike, this is where I would join you and say, screw it. I'm going to go out and get the best TV I can for that ticket price, and I can enjoy this TV for the next few years rather than just go in there for that season ticket. This is just, in my opinion, this is getting ridiculous.
So what's the question? Like, how can I assist? Because here's your problem. Look, the Lions are already kind of lower third in the league on season ticket pricing. Now, all I can offer you is the average season ticket price. They're about $300 a pop. Okay, top of the league is the Kansas City Chiefs at almost $600 a ticket. Average ticket. Now, that was up from $371 in 2022. So the Chiefs, after winning the Super Bowl, up almost double, right? So that's the Chiefs. Now, the low end of the spectrum, and all I have to go by is a piece that has listed it all. The lowest ticket in the league is Atlanta at $196. But that was up from $135 in 2022. Houston Texans, $159 to $216. Cardinals, they went down. They know their booty, down from $268 to $220.
Right.
Here, Cleveland Browns, $153 to $228. Tampa, $144 to $234. What I'm saying is, A, league-wide, these tickets are going up. Why? People are addicted.
Yeah. And I guess the question for me, Mike, and the question for the listeners out there, are the Lions about to price themselves are they gouging you? Are they about to price themselves out of the market? Are they taking this thing too far? Or will it be like gas prices where you complain about it, but you still go to the gas? Now the prices are coming down, but you're going to pay for the gas regardless.
Well, and there it is. I mean, look, okay, understand something. I always say this. These teams do not care about you. Okay, so you have to understand that to start. I always use a famous example. When the Yankees left Yankee Stadium, there were families that had tickets for 50, 60, 70, even 80 years, dating back to Lou Gehrig, that were priced out of the new stadium.
That far back?
They were told straight up, thank you for your patronage. Really appreciate it. That's a lovely framed photo of all your dead relatives who handed us money. No price breaks. They don't care about you. It is supply and demand. What did we have to start this year? We had the Lions for the first time ever sell out of season tickets, right?
Yeah.
Rico, if they make a mistake and they're not great next year and people don't buy these tickets, well, A, people will lose their jobs for misreading the market, but B, they'll just cut the price, resell out, and move forward. The question becomes, as a Lions fan, are you all in on the price increase? Or do you think they're in a way, do you feel you're being taken advantage of? All I'll tell you is it's a lesson in reality. Oh, you want to own the big house? Then you can't complain about the property taxes. Yeah. You want to drive that nice car? Can't cry about the service. Like, this is what life is. And they feel like they know what the marketplace is, and they feel like they know what it'll bear. I've always felt like season tickets are a racket. And I know because I participated in it for a while, until the point that the ROI or the feeling of being taken advantage of outweighed the joy I got per dollar.
Yeah,
so
it just feels like the Lions, yes, I know, they're taking advantage of their fans, but these were the most loyal fans ever. Like, they stuck with this team through decades of bad years when mediocrity was looked at as a steak dinner. The fans stuck with this team. And now that you just started to really get good, you're just going to gouge them like this?
What's that? What was it from the Blueprint with Jay-Z? F you, pay me.
Yeah.
Oh, video director wants his money? F you, pay me. Guys, they don't care about you. Establish that they don't care about you. Do the tickets mean enough to you and your family to spend the money? Yes or no? But we gave them all this money for all these years. They don't care.
Great way.
They don't care.
It. No, you're right. That's a great way of putting it.
I'm not demonizing the team. I'm living in reality.
It's not
Schools
demonizing.
Don't care about you.
it's just, you would have thought that, wow, okay. I guess it goes to prove that all that loyalty that you think that, I'm going to be loyal to the team, team's not loyal to you. They're about with their money.
Well, it's essentially prostitution. I mean,
wow.
I don't think there's any loyalty on the corner. You're a John. You're all Johns for these teams. Okay? Or if you want it a different way, you're turning the trick. They're the pimp. Bottom line, they're offering a service. There's no discounts. There's no loyalty. This is the rate.
This segment brought to you by Bishop Magic Don Juan.
That's right. And they throw in a free chalice. And again, I don't think the team is wrong because I'm not living in the way I want it to be. I'm living in the way that it is. And I've given you the context to what other teams around the league are doing. Prices around the NFL from last year to this year were almost universally up, and in a big way. How did the Minnesota Vikings go from an average ticket price in 22 of $159 to $329? I know they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What would justify the Chargers going from $191 to $343 with no fan base? They made the playoffs. So, by the way, how about Denver? Why would Denver go from $179 and they were morbid last year? This year, AAV on a ticket, $349. So all I'm stressing to you is I'm not going to demonize the Lions. This is the way of the world. Now, you have to tell me whether it's worth it to you. If the price increase is crazy, you know what I'm going to tell you. I made that choice because the joy I got was far outweighed by the angst it caused. That Michigan State mistreated us as fans on a number of fronts, and the product was headed the wrong way. Then you got to factor in how much is your time worth? How much time do you have? If it's worth it, go. Live your life. We talk about this stuff all the time. Okay? Rico likes things that I, on surface, think are insane, but it's the man's passion. God bless. He's hurting no one. Go do it. I like things Rico thinks is insane. Same deal. Guys, if it's important to you and you want it, it's there. But the Lions didn't just pick a number out of the sky. They have a team of people that is going to establish what they believe the market is going to bear. And their belief is we can charge it because you will pay it. And if you don't, there's a guy behind you who will.
Yeah.
So let's talk about it. 248-539-9797. Team's got a right to do it. You've got a right to tell them to pound sand. Do what you want. But what you can't do is cry because they never cared about you. Whether it's the Lions, the Houston Rockets, the Seattle Seahawks, or the Winnipeg Jets.
Nope.
They don't care.
It's very sobering because that's where you do realize the line is drawn that this is a business. There is no loyalty. There is no fan appreciation. It's just to keep you there. It's to keep you on the hook.
Right. And here's the other thing. Rico, this is the other thing about it. And I talk about this a lot with the NBA. The NBA is a wholly unapproachable product for families. Why? Because bringing your family to a game and attempting to get a decent seat, now not in Detroit because we have the Flint Tropics, but in most cities.
The Carolina Panthers of the NBA.
Right. I mean, we may as well, like the Kentucky Colonels and the New Orleans Buccaneers are back. Shout out CBA. But the Virginia Squires. But like, you can't go to a Knicks game and get good seats. You'll need a second mortgage. So it's like, well, what kind of fan do they want? They don't care. They want the fans with money. They don't care how loud you cheer. They don't care that your son knows the whole, media guide. They don't care that you go back 4 generations. They don't care.
No, you're right. Because I thought about the guy who brought the dog to the game. And I'm like, whoever this person is has a lot of money. Because you got the balls to bring your dog and have them courtside in a Lakers jersey at a game.
Right. So I am not mad if you're upset. You have every right to be. I'm just trying to give you a reality check. Now, the other question is, if you have never owned tickets and tickets become available right now, are you going to pay it? If you're a ticket holder right now, and you're pissed, are you going to pay it? Because that's all it really comes down to.
No, that's fair. I mean, that's where it is, because the reality is, if you say no, I'm going to make this my last stand. Okay, well, you know what? I'll take those tickets off your hands. And yeah, you'll never get that spot back. You're going to have to go to the back of the line if you want to jump back in.
I'm living proof of it. I'm not a pimple on an elephant's ass in the history of Michigan State football. It's as if I were never there.
No,
I
Mike.
never owned the tickets.
They blocked your seats off and says these seats will never be sat in again. They just drop a rose every game for Mike.
They retired them?
Yeah.
That's right. They drop an artisanal pretzel on the seat before kickoff. No, but my point is, you make the stand for you, and you make the choice to be happy, but the machine moves on. And it's sad. It is. It really is sad. But they've never cared, and you have to, I guess, come to grips with it. I don't know. 248-539-9797. Let's have a conversation about it. There's no right, there's no wrong. I hate the fact that good people are going to get priced out. But you kind of been living under a rock if you think these teams care about good people. They don't care about anybody. Yeah. They care about the books.
No, it showed the business side. You got the business side of the game this week.
Rico, you like sipping from that chalice. You like winning games, right? Mm-hmm. Here's the invoice. Amount of big
goodness, right after the Bronco victory, you get this.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, hey, newsflash. Nona's dead. Okay? But here's the invoice for the coffin. The amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in Michigan, staggering. The attorney you choose has to have specialized knowledge and expertise to handle cases like this. That attorney, David Feminitio. Him and his team, they've helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years. They're at the ready to help you right now. You've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getpaid.com. All right, let's start with Kenny. We'll get to the people in a minute. The Lions ticket thing it's a thing, and you have every right to talk about it. And please, I'm not being insensitive, but I don't have a soul when it comes to this because the teams don't. And I've been in your shoes. I just made a decision. I had enough.
No,
Best
you
seat now is my couch.
No, you gave a very sobering opinion. Like that was one of the realest things you've ever said, Mike. But it is a business.
What about when I said I love you?
Less believable.
Right, because then you followed it up with
right. Kenny on the ticket text, and then we'll go to the people.
The Lions haven't won a playoff game in my lifetime, so I think raising the prices before they even win a playoff game is just a middle finger to us. The NFL is a business. It's not for the common man. If your team is winning, these tickets will be sold out overnight.
Yeah, and look, that's the thing too. Is there a waiting list? For years, I mean, I grew up. The Giants had a waiting list. The Packers had a huge waiting list.
Theirs is like 40 years or something.
Right. So if you have a waiting list, you keep turning the knife until there's not a huge list. They don't care.
My price went up by over 50%. Just can't do it. I understand the increase, but isn't this a bit much?
Well, again, I provided you the context within the league. You don't have to like it. And I am not sitting here like as an advocate for the team. It's part of the reason a lot of it has become distasteful to me, owning tickets, being a, quote, part of it. Watching the games, I'm good with that. Going? No. That process to me, that lost its luster. And part of it is stuff like this. They make you spend so much, it takes the fun out of it.
Yeah, that's what this text is saying. Think about the everyman. They have to buy parking. They're going out to dinner probably. This is racking up quite the tab for one day of football.
Yeah, hey. And again, Rico could speak to this. The college football thing is even worse. Yeah. Because, look, part of the reason I have such a – it's bordering on a hatred for college football right now. And I know it'll pass. But
more than bordering.
The most distasteful thing is not only do you have to donate for certain parking, pay seat licenses to get in the building, but on top of it now they want you to pay for their roster, all while they pocket it all.
Yeah.
No.
And here's the thing, at least with the NFL, you know where Amon-Ra's going to be next year. He ain't entering a portal. He'll be a Lion next year.
That's so good. That's so good. Quote, he ain't entering a portal.
Right. Amon-Ra's now an Eagle? Oh, man. No, you're not going to get that. So, but in college, good luck trying to get anybody to buy season tickets because I think that was something they didn't even think about. But for this, you're seeing the dirty side of football. That is the business side. And the Lions are exercising that right. And is enough? Are you going to pay that price or are you going to tap out and say, nah, I'm good. I'm going to move on. I'm going to just stay at home and watch the games.
Let's go to the people, see what they have to say. Let's go to Nick and Taylor, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Nick. And you go.
Yes, he's gone. The ticket prices got him. He's out. He's retired. Go ahead. Let's go to Mark in Detroit, 97.1. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how you doing? I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller, and I'm also a first-year season ticket holder for the Lions with the intent. Me and a couple of buddies decided we were going to buy them with hoping to go see a home playoff game, which obviously we had in 30-plus years, which has actually worked out pretty good for us. And just like everybody else, 10 minutes after that Broncos game, we got an email as well. Now, they did have a thing where there's a different how should we say, they have different dynamic pricing, like the Monday Night Football game is more and things like that, which happens every year. But overall, our tickets turned out to be about $600 more for four seats, and taking out the preseason game, which I don't really calculate, although we do have to pay for those indirectly. The amount of money we paid last year and the amount of money we paid this year was about $560 more for 4 seats. But there is actually 9 home games this year as opposed to 8, so I hope everybody's taking that into consideration as well.
Are you gonna re-up?
Yeah, well, we're talking about it right now. I said, well, only because I was not going to re-up unless there was a home playoff game, which there's going to be, it looks like. So that was the determining factor whether or not if they screwed this up that I was not going to probably do it again. But we're probably going to. And then one other thing, on one side note, I'm a big fan of your podcast, and I'm a big gambler, and I listen to you guys every day on the board. I did find a game today that I just want your opinion on, whether it's part of your system, not a system type of situation. Maybe I missed this. But UC Davis at 4-5, up at 1.5 at home against Montana. So what do you think about that game?
You're beautiful. You know why I didn't do it? This is the greatest call in history right now. Mark in Detroit, legendary. UC Davis, yeah. They're 4-6, and they're taking on 6-4 Montana. And I talked to Cookies about it. It's just not a big enough data differential for me. You can do it. It technically is right on the fringe of the system that's not a system. But I didn't feel good enough to give that one out. But you want to bet UC Davis, you do it.
No, that's great. I'm just glad that I'm following this thing right because I seem like you're really killing it with the last year and this year. And so every day I go on my sports app and I go, let's see if these games fit in before if I can't listen, or I go to Odyssey Rewind if I'm doing something or whatever. So I said, let's make sure that I'm not missing the point on what your system, not a system is. So I'm glad that game fits. May put a little money on it just to see what happens. But
you're a beautiful man, Mark. This is the call of the holiday season for me.
Kenny,
Rico, I'm going to take a break.
Yeah, I got to apologize to the people. I set this topic up all wrong because what we end up talking about is UC Davis basketball.
Got one
the
call
system,
in.
The system that's not a system but plays like a system. It's very powerful.
I mean, my apologies. UC Davis basketball. Wow.
Listen, we are making an impact on this community. And with that, I think we'll go to Dean on a cell. Dean, how are you?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Dean.
Dino, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, not much, man. So it's about the tickets. Like, Lions fans, you had to have known at some point you were going to be taken because of your stupidity. And I'll elaborate on that. A lot of people's complaints and number one issue is, oh, I've been giving them money for so long. Why would they charge me more? Because you were paying for the ugly hooker insane amount of money. Now that it's pretty, of course they're going to charge you more. It doesn't. I don't understand how anyone's complaining.
I'm with Dean, and I give my time to Rico Beard.
Yeah, what Dean just said.
Dude, I love Dean. Just rolls in, drops a chair over the back of the city, and keeps driving down the road. That is the signature Mean Dean move. I love it.
For ugly hookers.
Happy holidays, everybody. I like UC Davis. And have a wonderful holiday.
Right, bet UC Davis. And, yeah, have fun.
How you living right now?
Oh, man.
Who knew that a season ticket topic would bring out the spiciest calls of the month? I'm having plenty of it. We'll continue with these calls. Next, 97.1.
Oh, man. If you want to have some fun like we are and you want to get into radio or maybe TV is your thing or you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU should be the place for you. The winter semester is starting in a few weeks. They still have some spots available. It is not too late for you to join the next class. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications programs taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in radio, TV, or to become a graphic design artist. But it's very simple. You got to head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, let's get to it. It's been an outstanding show so far. Oh, boy. Let's just go right back to the people. The Lions season ticket increase. Some people upset there wasn't a letter, just a bill. Everyone seemingly upset the prices are up. I don't have the heart to be upset because I understand what it is. I wish I could come on the radio and have a bleeding heart about it, but I can't because I know who these teams are. They do not care about you. You are a commodity. Your currency. They don't care that your dad died in his Lions jersey. They don't care that your family has been a loyal customer for 50 years. The minute you don't pay the bill, they will find someone who does. Well, they haven't even won a playoff game. How do they raise the prices? Because they're good. You know how I know that? Because I gave you the pricing around the league. You get to make a decision, though. It's a free country. You have to determine, is dealing with this, does that outweigh the enjoyment you get by doing it? And the minute that there's an imbalance there, it's a free country. You make a choice you want. But I'm not going to vilify the team on that. Can't. I could vilify teams for a lot of reasons. But raising ticket prices? No, come on, man. You knew that you had to know this was coming. And if you didn't, you were a bit naive. To the people?
Yeah, to the people.
Do it. You pick.
All right, let's go to Pat. You're on 97.1.
Hey, happy holidays, guys. Thanks for taking the call. It's funny you brought this up because I just saw my email today or notice today, and my prices went up by about, I'd say, close to 65, 70%. And I was a little sticker shocked at first and a little miffed that I didn't get an email or more a letter. But I tell you, I got thinking about it, and there's two things. And, Mike, I'm thinking about it your way. I teach high school economics, so I'm thinking immediately supply and demand. But the thing I want, number one, I can recoup some of that money next year because of the secondhand ticket dealers. So I'll be able to sell maybe some of those big games and get that money back and draw even. And the other thing I thought is let's just go wild here and say they go nuts in the playoffs and they go all the way and they win the Super Bowl, okay? The absolute key thing. I'm happy they're raising prices now, and not in that situation because I can't even imagine what the price raise would be after they did something like that.
So, Pat, you're happy. You're just going to lock it in right now rather than see what's behind door number 2.
Yeah, I'm not happy because, I don't want to pay the extra money, but this is only my second year of doing it. My wife surprised me with these for our anniversary 2 years ago, and what a great time to do it because of everything that's going on in the Lions organization from top to bottom now. But, no, I think it's worth it. I'm 53 years old, like everybody else on here, wanting them to be good is such an important thing that, I right now at least, I don't know how much higher I can go because I'll have a tipping point eventually. But, yeah, especially if they get that playoff game, if they win. But, man, I'm absolutely over the moon for Dan Campbell and everybody in that organization, the players they have. And to me, there's value in that, and the value is even equivalent to the extra money I'll have to pay for next year's tickets.
Right. And look, you're right. They're going to push you to your breaking point. They want to put you as close to that as possible, but where you still check the box. Yeah. It sucks, but that's what it is.
Yeah, how big of a fan are you? Because now you're going to have to prove with your pocketbook. Because, how caller Mark put it, all those past years you paid in doesn't really matter.
No.
You pay for the ugly hooker.
Okay. I think we've made that clear. Let's go to Jay in Detroit, 97.1. Rico really is pleased with himself.
What's up, fellas? What's up? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Same
Jay.
to you. How are you, Jay?
I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed. I'm going to say something that's about to blow you guys away, okay? I think they should be higher. You want to know why? Because look at LCA. Nobody wants to go see a losing product, okay? Nobody will go to a Pistons game because why? They suck. People want to go out, enjoy themselves, have a good time. You got a winning product. Why wouldn't you want to go? I mean, yeah, it sucks because I would love to take my whole family, but You got a winning team. You got a winning product. They should be higher. Like you said, look at the average prices around the league. I mean, come on. Like,
yeah, but see, here's the thing, Jay.
Arguably,
Jay, here's the thing, though. It's not, you don't get the inverse of that. If all of a sudden next year this team bottoms out, they don't come in and say, you know what we're going to do is for ticket prices in half. Once these prices are set, rarely do they come down that far.
They're going to go higher, man. I don't see this team doing that. It's possible, but highly unlikely. I mean, we got a young core. I can't see that really happening. It is possible, but I just think they should be higher, man. And I run a small landscape and snow removal company, man. And I get people bogging me out about prices on, like, services and all the time. So I go higher on my prices a lot. So I believe the Lions are in the right direction. I got the email, and I'll happily pay. I don't mind. And plus, the resale value is going to be higher than what you're originally paying, like another guy said.
Listen, that's the thing. You know, it has to be important to you. I think this Norman Rockwell painting that we all at one point in our life had in our head that, like, hey, want to go to the big game this weekend? And you just go down and you pay $5 and get in. That's fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean, that died with men wearing suits and hats to baseball games. Like it's gone.
No, you're right. And I guess the secondary market can help you out, that you sell that next year's Monday night game or the Thanksgiving Day game and hope you try to recoup some of your money back.
Yeah, and Rico, you know my strategy with it. Like for the college, it's simple. NFL's different. The NFL's more standardized. Yeah. You dial in on the one game, you pay to freight, you go to the one game that's worth your time. The rest of the year, enjoy your Saturdays, watch the games from home, do your thing. Because college, it's a lot of empty calories or just stuff you don't care about. And let's face it, there's Saturdays in the fall. They're precious. The NFL has always had a built-in advantage. It's Sunday. Mm-hmm. We play once a week. It's Sunday, and you know what time the games are going to be, generally speaking.
This is true. And if your schedule's anything like it was this year, you're going to get like 3 to 5 primetime games. You can recoup, at least break even on your ticket prices that you're paying by selling those seats. So,
But again, it's asking you to now play the role of a ticket broker. It's a pain in the ass.
It's true. But yeah, it is. The harsh reality is this week, coming off of arguably what I thought was, Mike, that was the best Lions game I've ever seen them play. It was so complete.
They agree. Here's your invoice.
Yeah, and that's what happened. Like, you're just coming down off the high, and it's just like, oh, what's this email? Wow. Okay. I don't feel as great about this team anymore.
I believe Jay-Z said it best. F you, pay me.
Yeah.
Oh, you enjoyed the game? F you, pay me. I hate it, but it's reality.
Yeah, it's the world that we live in, but it's still better than college football because at least you know the players will be there and they're not asking you to pay Jared Goff's salary. You're paying for the
college.
Stick.
Oh, yeah. Rico's really hitting on it now, people. We got time for another one? Can you go to actually, hold on. Why don't we keep it timely?
Okay.
We got a full rack. Callers, little patience. We're coming to all these. We're going to get to you. This is a hot topic. We'll do it. We'll get to more of your calls. Next, we got football today to get to, holiday style. We've talked Northville Lumber, long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Hey, don't like your Lions ticket pricing increase? Hell, go buy some Trex from Northville. Put a deck in your backyard. It'll last a hell of a lot longer than 3 hours on Sunday. Northville Lumber moves a ton of product. They cover 26 football fields with the amount of product they moved last year alone. They got industry low pricing. They got everything in stock all the time. And whether you're a deck builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville. They're going to have everything you need to get the job done. They'll even introduce you to a Trex certified pro in the process. Get it done, people. Call Northville Lumber today or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. You know, it's funny. Kenny panicked thinking I wasn't there. No, Kenny. It's just you don't talk over the goat. You don't speak over the dulcet tones of Nat King Cole, crooning about the holidays. Now that I've taught you that golden rule, what is it we're doing here again? Because I could have just closed my eyes and listened to that for 3.5 minutes.
This is going to be the do's and don'ts provided by an etiquette expert for Christmas, for parties, and for how you should behave around the season.
Okay, let's hit it.
So these are some rules that you must abide by, or else your etiquette is bad. I'm here to tell you my etiquette is bad. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, shocking. Up next.
It is surprisingly okay to re-gift as long as you're smart about it and obviously don't give it back to a person that may have given it to you. That's rule number one.
I think that's a disgrace. You cannot be a re-gifter. You have to live with that guilt. That's terrible.
Is it really guilt, though?
Yes.
Because, no, Mike, this piggybacks on what you said yesterday. If you gave somebody something and you just gave it to them because you're like, oh, here's a gift that I saw at a store, and it doesn't fit their personality, it's nothing they would ever use, it's just going to sit in their living room or in their garage, you know what? Rather than give it away, let me give it to somebody who actually appreciates this and it's not in that same circle. Here, there, you can have it.
Who's getting hurt
similar? Similar to when Rico thoughtlessly just stuffs a gift card at somebody and goes, "Here, I thought this little of you."
No, that's me saying, I don't know what you want, but you know what you want, so go figure it out.
You are worth exactly $35 to me. Here's a gift card.
There
right.
It is.
Enjoy your latte, bitch.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it as long as you kind of are careful about it, man. I don't think anybody gets hurt in this situation.
Next.
Another one.
Here, do's and don'ts of the holiday season. When you drop a bomb on the Denver Broncos, but you send an invoice to your fans without so much as a letter.
Wait, no. The letter starts off, we had fun on Saturday night, didn't we? Yeah.
Here's the cost for it.
Go Lions. And here's the receipt for that.
Never ask for what you want. You're allowed to if they ask you what you want, but don't ever tell somebody or intimate to somebody that this is what you want for Christmas.
Wait, what?
If somebody asks you what you want for Christmas, you can tell them. Otherwise, keep
don't
your
drop
mouth shut.
hints.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Boy, I sure could use a brand new car. Yeah.
Yes, okay, I agree. That's the equivalent of fantasy football guy bragging about his team. Yes, I'm with you.
I think if it's something small, though, like not overly expensive, I don't see a problem with being like, with me and the girlfriend will do that because we don't want to mess around anymore. We're like, hey, let's do this for Christmas. If you want to get me something like that, I'll get you something like that.
But, I mean, you probably ask if it's something specific.
Yeah.
Okay, I know you like this, but which one? There's like 3 different versions of it. Which is the one that you want?
Another one here, gifts don't need to be expensive, but they do need to be thoughtful. So this flies in the face of the gift card idea.
Here's Rico Beard to argue this.
I mean, that is thoughtful. Because if Kenny, don't get me wrong. There are, you buy gifts for people, but there are certain people who have everything. And you're like, I don't know. And I don't have enough time to break down everything that you have and take an inventory and stock.
Kenny, I don't have the time to think about you or friendship. That's what Rico is saying.
I see the Dayquil has plugged your ears. I see now. That is not what I said. I said it's the person who has everything. And we all know those types of people where you're like, where did you get that? Oh, I was on a trip to Morocco and like, wow.
Rico, I'll take it a step further. I am not a person who has everything. I'm quite far from it. If you gave me a gift card for Christmas, I'd be like, awesome. We're going shopping.
There you go.
No problem at all.
Kenny, there are so many things I would buy you, but you'd find most of them insulting.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Insult me. This is what the Christmas spirit's all about.
No, because you already endured some of the Christmas spirit earlier. And I'm not bringing it up. You've had a rough day. Let's just keep it rolling, and I'm going to be a positive force on your day-to-day.
With our little show here.
Be considerate towards older members of the family when planning a party. Make it easier for them to get to the location that you need to get to.
Agree. Yeah. If you live in BFE, you should not be hosting the holidays. Period. The holidays have got to be hosted at a home that is centrally located for everyone involved and capable of comfortably hosting their guests.
Yeah.
And if you're a family that cooks, you can't have Barbara, whose kitchen has been a wreck since 1987, hosting. A little bit of thought now, people. A little bit of thought.
No, this is true, because if you do have that house that's out there, then you haven't have enough space that, I'm going to stay the night because it's just way too far to go home. So you have to have enough room to accommodate, a couple of people that can stay there.
That a baby.
And this one amounts to basically what you were talking about, cooking. Stay out of their kitchen. If you're going to somebody's holiday party, do not offer to help them cook unless they ask you specifically for it.
See, I think,
agree totally. It's like touching someone's radio when they're driving. Don't do it.
And to go along, and I think that Mike will agree with me, if it's a big enough party, Kenny, you're going to get the group email. Mike, I need you to bring this. Kenny, I need you to bring this. Paul, I need you to bring the dinner rolls and the ice. And
Paul,
don't take offense to it.
Paul,
That's your
Sarah,
job.
Just bring your beautiful musk and on-brand masculine presence.
Right.
You just show up in a Miami Dolphins jersey, and you enjoy the holidays, big fella.
But to add on to that, are you allowed to get offended, though, if somebody says, but I really want to make this? No. Stay in your lane. Bring this to the party.
People get offended at everything, buddy. You can't control them. People are maniacs. They get offended at everything.
This next one, be aware of timings. Basically, don't show up too late. Don't linger on too long at somebody else's house if you were attending a party. Don't be stoned.
Total agreement.
Yeah.
Total agreement. If you're a lingerer, you are the Grinch. Be respectful. Read the room. And you don't want to be the last person there that doesn't own the house.
Correct. Because when the first person leaves, there's like waves that you can leave. There's that early person. Okay, I got to get up early for work.
Right.
You can hop on that train or,
we lost him.
Nah, I was still thinking about that other phone call. But you don't unless you volunteered to help clean up and straighten up the house and get it back to normal. You should leave before the party, before you're
It's like the buddy system. Yeah. Oh, you're leaving? You know what? I was just thinking about, I'll get going too. Yeah. Just wait for someone else to leave. Tag along.
Yeah. Ooh, that traffic. It's going to be bad. Yeah.
You're right. It is getting late, Deborah. I didn't realize it.
The next one kind of speaks to what you just said, Rico. Be mindful of your space. Clean up after yourself. Don't leave a mess.
Good luck is all I would say. People are pigs. Good luck.
It is. And
the amount of people who don't finish their beverage and will leave a glass or cup at the party drives me nuts. Because then you go around cleaning up and all you're doing is dumping out beverages that you bought and weren't drank.
Yep.
It drives me insane.
Mike, that just means that you have too many choices for people, and you'll know for the next year to limit the choices, and you don't get everything. You get it limited throughout the night. But I think if you really want to have your host invite you back and really appreciate you, you should offer, hey, you need some help. I will stick around and help you clean this place up. Kenny is it's giving you credits in the bank, because now you will always be invited back because at least you're considerate.
My etiquette is so bad. We'll finish on this one. I haven't even heard of what this is. Christmas pudding is a must, but alternative is always welcome. What is Christmas pudding? Is this a traditional item that I'm not aware of?
Is that some kind of Kenny code for sex?
Right. I was like,
what on earth?
Christmas pudding, baby.
Pudding's ready. I have never heard of such a thing. What the hell is Christmas pudding? Yeah. The Pistons are the Christmas pudding.
And that is your Christmas.
Everybody gets a piece.
Just right there. Your Christmas blitz.
All right, 4 o'clock. Great to have you. Started the show. Incredible stat about the Lions. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. Right now, story of the day. Yeah, the ticket prices. I understand both sides. I do. I don't think there's anyone wrong if you're angry about it, if you're surprised by it, if you felt the team could have used a little bit more class or tact. Noted. But I don't think it's wrong if people are out there like myself or other callers who have called in saying, what the hell did you expect? You bought the nice house. You wanted to drive the nice car. These are the costs associated. Your team is good. And that means they're going to make you pay to enjoy goodness. Oh, yeah, well, they haven't been good. Doesn't matter. They're good right now. Teams deal in right now. They don't care.
Yeah.
So the question is, how does it affect your relationship with the team or how you view it? Were you thinking of jumping in and buying tickets? Are you getting priced out? How much did your tickets go up? All of it. It's all on the table. And you're not wrong. Just understand. I do understand what you're going through because for 15 years, I had season tickets. And I gave up my tickets because I arrived at a point where my vitriol towards the team I was supporting and the university and the way me and people I consider members of my family were being treated. That feeling outweighed the joy I was getting out of the entire experience and the product on the field. So I left. Now, it's vapor. If you think leaving is going to hurt the team, you're wrong. You could have season tickets for 20 years. You could leave tomorrow. It's as if you never existed. Mm-hmm. You will be vaporized. I never existed at Michigan State.
Yeah.
It's as if I was never there.
Yeah, Mike, it's that harsh reality. As I tell people, you think you're so valuable at your job, the day you die, there'll be an ad up for that job, and you'll be replaced.
Yes. Indeed.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this idea, my family's, doesn't matter. Now, should the team have probably put a delicately worded letter? Maybe. I understand that. But, I don't know. Guys, it's business, man.
Yeah, and notice,
they don't care.
Yeah, and notice the ticket hike did not come last week after the Bears loss.
No. Merry Christmas. We just drilled the Broncos. Here's your invoice.
Right. Guys, we played a perfect game. Now is the best time. If we were ever going to drop this email, it's today.
Kenny, a few ticket texts, and we will get to the calls. What do we got?
Yeah, somebody that actually had that same point. No surprises came after the big win versus the big loss.
I don't think it would have been received the same way after the Bears loss. Yeah.
The Lions are going to price out the working class out of tickets.
Okay, the working class has been priced out of sports for over a decade.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry to say that. What family of four that are paying a mortgage and getting by also have Lions season tickets and their premium seats? Where do those people exist? They don't.
Yeah.
Now, they might get in the building, but they're going to be up touching the banners that don't exist. And the first thing that goes when you tighten the belt a little bit is going to be those tickets. Sports hasn't been for the common man in decades. It hasn't. College football, college basketball, NFL football. Like, Rico, think about this. What common man has got premium seats at a Red Wings game? 41 ticket package.
Right.
No one.
Right. Yeah, father of four. Oh, yeah, let's just get those,
Let's get those four seats.
Yeah. Courtside seats? Nah, it's not going to happen.
No, they'll put you in the rafters. But my point would be, why not just stay at home?
They'll give you the family plan seating, which basically means these are all the bad seats we have left.
Right. You can probably reach out and touch Kelly Tripucka's retired jersey.
Right. You're up so high. Yeah, you memorize all the things hanging up in the rafters. Hey, Mike?
Yeah, buddy.
Not really surprising, but I guess technically it would fall in this category.
Ooh.
The Detroit Lions have waived kicker Riley Patterson and activated quarterback Hendon Hooker.
So, all right, we can mix this in the conversation. Your kicker for the whole year is now gone. was deactivated early Saturday. Michael Badgley was elevated from the practice squad. So now Badgley's your kicker, and Hendon Hooker's activated. Okay. Now here's my question. How scared are you going into the playoffs with Michael Badgley?
Mm-hmm. Because to me, this is right up there with the Eagles playing musical chairs with their defensive staff. You're getting ready to go into the playoffs, and you still don't have that kicker that you could rely on. Somebody that, with 3 seconds left, you feel confident walking out there to kick a 49-yard field goal.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
No, and it's clear they don't. It's clear anything over 45 yards, they wanted nothing to do with Patterson.
Yeah.
And in today's, look, growing up, a 47-yard field goal, that's a big ask. Now, guys are piping 55-yard field goals like they're candy. Not the Lions, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it doesn't make me feel great. Activating Hendon Hooker, it's a move. His window was running out, right? Once they had to make that decision. Okay. Doesn't mean I think you're going to see him. I mean, if you've got everything wrapped up, you decide to rest your starters, and what? You want to put Hendon Hooker out there last game of the year, meaningless game? You do whatever you like. If you see Hendon Hooker before the year's out, it means something went terribly wrong.
Oh, week 17, Roofer Radio, Hendon Hooker, 4 touchdowns.
Don't care. All right, let's get to the people. Can we go to Mike on a cell, line 7, Rico?
There you go. You asked for it, Mike. Here's Mike. You're on 97.1.
Happy holidays, gentlemen. How you doing?
Hey.
Michael, super. What's on your mind, bud?
Agree with everything you're saying. 3 points.
Yeah.
Life longer, and I'm saying that for a reason. Business-wise, we got to the front row by being lifers, 90 years.
Okay.
We get to the front row, 300%. 300. So I went from 1,000 to, 4,000 for 4 seats.
Yeah.
To 11,000 some change.
Yeah, Mike, so, okay, let me ask you what you're going to do. It doesn't matter what I would do. What are you going to do?
I'm in, but here's another very important thing I don't think you guys are aware of.
Okay.
You go to sell them. Now, I've talked to my rep. I'm pissed. So I talked to the rep. I asked him, so on resale, what are the rules? They can hook your tickets once you get to 4. You sell 4 games, and it happened. That's why I asked. I know of someone that sold 4 on the NFL swap. They hooked their tickets. Are we no longer in America?
So and by hook, you mean you now get your season tickets revoked?
Took them away. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, how do I put it? None of it is fair, right? Like, none of it's right, Mike. I'm not mad at you.
No.
I am shocked you're going to go from 4,000 to 11,000, and you've just said yes. But if it's what's important to you, cool. But when you buy that ticket, you're buying the fine print. Nobody ever reads the back of their tickets. Nobody reads the rules associated with it.
No, I didn't even know that was a rule.
You.
Yeah.
No, the team owns you, Rico. Oh, yeah. It's like when people, like you know, when you see people buy a Ferrari, right? You know what you can't do? You can't sell that allotment. So the hitters who go out there and they're like, hey, I got a Ferrari coming in 2 years. If Ferrari finds out you sell that thing, you'll never touch a car again. They own you. They own you. They don't want you selling those tickets and making your money back. They want you in that seat.
Wow, and I figure Mike is 90 years. They've worked all the way down to the front row. So I do think a lot of that, he's invested time and family time and money that he feels like he can't give it up. I do think it's a part of him. You did not hear excitement when he said, I got to pay for this.
You know what I'd love to – I wish Mike were still on the line, because here's what I would love to do for him. He could be in the front row every week at home. I'll take him down to Paulson's. I'll let Chris and Dan show him what $11,000 will buy him. And then you make the decision on what means more to you. Oh, and by the way,
11
the 11 grand?
Yeah.
The 11 grand you spend at Paulson's, that's going to last you a decade.
I'm assuming at that point you probably got 3D TVs where, you know what?
Yeah, you're actually calling the plays, Rico.
Right.
You get a special headset.
Right.
No, but I mean, I'm just making a point. Like,
Mike's in concussion protocol. Like, yeah.
Right.
I'm in the blue tent.
You get your own blue tent to watch the games in. But I mean, that to me is the cost analysis fans have to do. Like 10 years ago, and certainly 15, the at-home experience was not where it is today. Today, I would find it impossible on an ROI basis to spend 11 grand on tickets based on what it can do for you at home and the setup you can build and having all the people you care about, your house, your rules, your bathroom, your menu. And if the game sucks, you turn it off. It's yours. When you go to the game, you're playing by somebody else's rules. Now, do I think it's egregious for that man's tickets to go from $4 grand last year to 11? Even I think that's egregious. I do. Yeah. But he's saying yes. So guess who wins? The Lions. The Lions have a team of people. Teams have people in charge of understanding market dynamics and pricing. And guess what? You and I go, holy hell, 4 to 11, and they still got him.
Yeah.
So was their pricing appropriate? Yeah.
It worked. Yeah, that's sticker shock. Right?
Yeah.
That's not, we paid $1,000, it's going up $1,500. That's wow. We got to have a family meeting.
Mikey, if you're still out there, I'll set you up over at Paulson's. You could do a cost analysis. Do whatever you like. I'll make sure Chris and Dan take care of you.
I mean, I'm thinking at 11 grand, Mr. Paulson himself is going to come and do the personal installment.
Okay. Take it easy. Hungry Howie's. They're always raising the bar. They're not raising prices. They raise the bar, though. They try new stuff, new menu items. That includes the Kenny Cott, the mac and cheese pizza. You know the drill. Limited time only. Through the end of the month. Mac and cheese pizza, $10.99, $2 more. Buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon on that pie. And if you're more of a traditionalist, which I certainly am, the rest of the menu, you know the deal. The mix and match, $6.99. Pizzas, breads, bowls, salads, they got it all. So if you're picking up a mac and cheese pizza, that's $10.99. Mix and match menu, $6.99. Offer doesn't last forever. Limited time only on the special items. Head on over to Hungry Howie's and get yours today.
If you've been injured in an auto accident or a slip and fall, life can feel like it's falling apart. My friends over at Applebaum and Stone, they're here to help. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They will handle the difficult insurance company so you can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, get this, you actually get them. They come to you and they'll get you the money you deserve. So call Applebaum and Stone, 833-WINS-BIG. Tell them Rico sent you. That's 833-WINS-BIG.
All right, let's get back to the people. This Lions season ticket thing is it's hot. And again, just understand, if you say no to the price increase, which you have every right to do, they're doing it because their belief is there's going to be somebody there to take your place. There's no loyalty.
Yeah. And also, we are also mixing this in as well. Lions have waived Riley Patterson, the kicker, signed Hendon Hooker. So, yeah, you've just changed kickers with 3 weeks to go in the season.
And I mean, again, if Patterson is hurt, if Patterson's unavailable, the principle remains the same. Like, you don't have your starting kicker. Yeah. If they just think Patterson stunk and the money badger was the guy, well, then why was he on the practice squad all year? Either way, this is where you've arrived at. Yeah. What you don't want is the Lions to need a big kick, period. No, I'm not being funny.
No.
It plays into Dan Campbell's strategy, too, because it's clear they don't want to kick.
We were just talking about that in the break, Mike, of it comes down, there's 3 seconds left in a game, and you got to line up to kick a 53-yard kick. Or do you just put the offense on the field, let's go for the Hail Mary?
That's what it feels like.
It does.
That's what it feels like.
So,
let's get to the people. Rico, right. Dealer's choice, my man.
All right. Al, you're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
Good. How are you?
How are you, sir?
Well, I'm a grandpa. Took the kids down to Fort Field for Thanksgiving. I spent about $650 to see them lose. And now I go on StubHub, still thinking, well, let's see what the tickets are now. Okay, one of the cheapest tickets you can get is $197.
Correct.
I'm tired. I'm done. And I worked for Mr. Ford. But you know what? Even when I worked for him, I realized they don't care. I'm tired of spending my money. In fact, gentlemen, I just left Best Buy. I bought me a Samsung 65-inch QLED TV. Best way to watch any sport now.
This is me standing up and applaud. I am applauding you.
Al has had enough.
You know, no, and you know what? Al's doing it on his terms. Good for you, Al. You know what? It's not for everybody, but you made the move, and you're going to enjoy yourself, and you're not going to feel like you're getting taken advantage of, right? Good.
Right.
Good for you.
Because that's all I have. I'm 72 years old. Look how long I've been getting taken advantage of, and drinking the Kool-Aid.
That's right.
I can't do it anymore.
You don't have to. I don't begrudge you at all. No, I don't. You work too damn hard for your money. You're 72. You're supposed to enjoy yourself. You're not supposed to feel like you're getting extorted.
And he just
go
said,
look at
guys. Said, screw it. I'm going to get a TV.
I love it. He goes, yeah, I just left Best Buy. Wish you would have left Paulson's. My point is, do a cost analysis. Seriously, as fans. Look, and a lot of times you can't put a price on things in life. If you're raising kids or you got nieces, nephews, grandkids, whatever, and the experience of being at the game with them is important and that matters to you, you can't put a price on that. I understand that. But if you're in a position where the money is starting to bother you, do a cost analysis. What else could I do with this money? How else could I spend my time? And you'll figure it out. But for Al, well, there's someone to replace Al.
Yeah.
And the Lions are banking on it. And if the Lions win playoff games this year and they go into next year, they're going to be a hot ticket. You know what's coming next year if they deliver on hope and they're good again? Those invoices will go out by the time the turkey hits the Thanksgiving table. And they're not going to be pretty.
Oh, yeah. If they were smart, yeah. You win a playoff game, and, yeah, about week 3, week 4, let's just go ahead and start that renewal process right now. Think about it. Al wasn't a season ticket holder. Al was buying them off the secondary market, and he was like, nope, can't do it. Wanted to take my kids and grandkids, can't do it anymore. I'll just invite them all over to the house.
That's it. Pop Al's got a brand new TV.
Right.
Come on by. Take your shoes off now.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Tony, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, guys. I have a bit of a different take on this. I think that actually the season ticket holder, let's be honest, the ticket prices were cheap this year for season ticket holders. I have them. My friends have them. I mean, it was $1,000 for a seat, but you could sell like 3 games and get all your money back, and then some probably if you sold the right games. So, that's actually making it harder for the regular guy who just wants to go to 1 or 2 games to get into the building in any kind of decent seat because then he's got to pay for me. I'm marking him up, the Ticketmaster, the StubHub, all those extra fees and whatnot. So actually, I would say that if they raise the prices to higher levels on the season ticket side, it'd be more of a risk for guys like me and others to hoard up a bunch of season tickets and try and make a profit by reselling them. So
what's the fix?
The fix should be that they should limit the number of season tickets. I think this year, they probably sold like 80% of the building on season tickets this year. Yeah. And the only way to get into the building after the season tickets was through the secondary market. So if they want to actually do something for the regular fan who only wants to go to 1 or 2 games, I mean, they need to sell a lot less season tickets and keep it open to the general public.
Yeah, but that's the key, though. What is, I guess my question to you would be, Tone, what is their impetus to do that? When we said
they probably didn't believe enough in the team, and they didn't want the building empty in the second half of the year or something like that. They're probably scarred from years gone by because, when the team sucks, then you look at what happened to Carolina.
I was about to say, it'd be the Carolina Panthers all over again.
Oh, 45 cents a ticket. Exciting stuff.
Yeah. When it costs you more in fees and parking for the actual ticket, you may want to opt out.
When keeping it real goes wrong.
Hey, but at least they won that game. So
right, but I mean, Rigo. The other thing is, this is where it really. Okay, the tickets are just greed. The teams don't really make money on the tickets. They make money on the TV deal. Mm-hmm. That's where the money's really made. The tickets are just maraschino cherries on the sundae.
Nope.
I know that's distasteful. I'm sorry, but
no. Yeah, think of it like this, guys. The ticket is the NFL's part-time job. It's their side hustle.
Yeah. It's a great way of putting it.
It's not your main source of income, but it's your side hustle, and everybody likes a good side hustle.
Fantastic.
Kenny, we got time for one more. Kenny gives us the thumbs up. All right.
Good. Thank you, Kenny.
Anthony, you're on 97.1.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I got a little baby girl who wants to.
Anthony, we are losing cabin pressure quickly. What is happening?
Oh, trust me, I get it. So no, I just looked at my little daughter. She's 2. No, I ended up getting the same email that everybody else got, and mine went up 53%. But I'm still gonna go. I can afford it. They have the installment program over a 12-month period, but going with that Mike who's paying $11,000, that's $915 a month, even just going on that little 12-month installment program. But I knew we were at the bottom of the league as far as ticket costs, and I know the price goes up as teams get better. And it's just the cost of business, like you said earlier. Teams playing great, I'm okay with paying it, but there'll eventually come a time where there's not time.
I was going to say, is if they increase it again next year, what's your reaction? Are you out then?
Shoot. I mean, it would really depend. I know where my threshold will be for that because I sit in the 200, so I don't sit in those premium seats like everybody else that's called in so far. So I mean, if it goes up past 4Gs, because I went from 1490 to 2798 is the invoice I got. So it went up exponentially further than the first time. When I first started in 2013, they were $1,100 for season tickets for that same spot. So coming from 10 years, it's gone up quite a bit. But like I said, I'm still in. I'm a Lion slappy. Have been for.
Listen, if it's your passion, if it's what you enjoy, it's what you do. I mean, I had this conversation with my brother-in-law. Now, obviously, he doesn't get to do, he loves to hunt, but he doesn't have time with 2 little kids at home. But the costs associated with being a hunter, the gear, the trips, the time, it's thousands.
Yeah.
Like if that's your passion, that's what you do.
Yeah, and
if you love the Lions, do it. I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, but he can just hunt on the Yellowstone Ranch, so he's good.
Oh, good old Rip. Good old Rip.
I love Rip.
Rip is a good man.
He is, man.
He's a good man. But no, I mean, if it's your passion, do it. But yeah, it's been a hot topic today. And I love talking to people about it. And I know a lot of people probably think my perspective's cold, but I've been through it.
No. Here's what a lot of people, Mike, here's where a lot of people are. They're like most of our callers, except for Al, because a buddy of mine texted me. Yeah, it went up, and I'm angry, and I'm like, but you're going to pay it. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm going to pay it. Yeah.
Which means their pricing worked.
Yeah.
And they'll test the limits again next year. And they'll test it again. And when they're bad, we hear you. We're lowering the cost. I mean, it's like a sale at a jewelry store. Well, wait a minute. I didn't save 30%. I spent 70%. Right. And what's your markup again?
Yeah. We're going to roll back prices to 2022. Yeah.
Throwback pricing.
Oh.
All right.
This is fun.
We're having a good time today. Sorry, everybody. Listen, the perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not up for debate, the best mattress on the market, it is the iComfort Eco by Serta. It's supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. You know what else is a fact? Serta mattresses, made in Michigan for over 110 years. What do you need to do? You just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Unnecessary chair drop. Holiday season. FanDuel, you got some time off. Sports solstice with the bowls, NFL, NBA, college hoops. It's all there. FanDuel, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with a winning $5 money line wager. So, example, the Bucks are playing the Spurs tonight. Bucks are favored by 17. Keep the points. You just bet the Bucks to win money line. 5, get 150, pad your account. Unless the unthinkable happens and Wembanyama goes in there and gets it done. The point is, now's the right time to join FanDuel. Spreads, props, over-unders, whole lot more. I mean, hell, yesterday we gave out a first quarter line on the Pistons game, and it hit. So, more ways to play. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, official partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117. Hey, Rico, I know we've done a ton of Lions. Just a quick sidebar, because I know it's something that you you were hammering home yesterday is, did you see the reports about Isaiah Stewart, Beef Stew?
Yeah.
Overnight.
Yeah.
So, couple teams poking around. Obviously, the Celtics want him. Let's see what Mike thinks. First of all, he'd be like the 8th or 9th guy in the rotation. You paid him $4 at 60 to start for you, so kudos. The point is, how on God's green earth would Troy Weaver be allowed to execute any trade of any consequence at any point in time as this team currently sits at 2-25 on a 24-game losing streak? What? Help me. Help me understand what we're doing. And we're not going to do a topic. I'm not going to, do the whole kids give the toys back routine. Rico, the fact that Troy Weaver has not spoken since his love letter this summer, the fact that he's still gainfully employed, the fact that the owner hasn't talked, and now you get a report Saturday the Pistons are going to be active in the wing market. God, I hope that's like in help of their chicken wing promotion that they're yet to pay off for their fans, i.e. win a game, get 5 free wings. That's the only wing they should be involved with. But
at that point, you know what, guys? Go ahead and
selling?
Yeah, go ahead and throw those wings out. I don't think we're going to be selling those. Yeah, they've gone.
So, but how? Help me understand how Weaver would be empowered. What am I missing?
I don't, because he shouldn't. He shouldn't be allowed to make any trades. He shouldn't be allowed to do anything, because it was funny because all I thought was, well, you got Cade Cunningham. He's really your only valuable piece. And then it comes out that, wait, people want Beef Stew. And you're thinking we can get picks or maybe we get some players. And then you realize who's going to be the facilitator of that deal, who's going to represent Detroit. No. How about no? How about you got to do something? This is yet another reason why you got to move on from him. You're the architect of this team. This has your fingerprints over every player. You didn't inherit this team. You created this team. So no, you're not allowed to sell any pieces at all.
No, in yesterday's show, just so you understand what Rico's saying, Troy Weaver, 4 years of patient, allegedly calculated moves. He has drafted the following players, right? Jalen Duren, Beef Stew, Jaden Ivey, Cade Cunningham, Killian Hayes, Ausar Thompson. None of them can shoot the three. The Pistons make the fewest threes in the league. They take the fewest threes in the league. It is impossible to win in today's NFL, NBA, if you don't take and make three-pointers. Okay? Your NBA champions, the Denver Nuggets, lead the league in attempts and makes. Troy Weaver has designed a team that on statistical profile cannot win games. How Troy Weaver would be, quote, active in the wing market per reports Saturday, and now be charged with potentially trading Isaiah Stewart, who he saw fit to pay 4 years, $60 million. Cool your jets on the Celtics thing. I'm sure the ticket techs are having fun. I wouldn't mind Beef Stew, because unlike you, he'd be about the 9th guy off the bench for the Celtics. I don't need him to start. Beef Stew can be his tough guy self, maybe rifle a couple of threes, be an energy guy. I'll even get him an ML Carr commemorative towel, and he can wave it on the bench. Okay, he'll be Bill Walton in 86. So my whole point is, I just can't understand the level of either DGAF or delusion that amidst a historical losing streak and a run where the team in their last 51 games under Troy Weaver's stewardship is an astounding 4-47, how this man would be allowed to further execute whatever idea in his mind that is a cheap facsimile of a plan that he has. You have to have an owner that literally is completely disengaged. It's like mom and dad have left the house. So, of course, little Johnny's hitting the liquor cabinet, because there's no way if they were home, Johnny would dare go to the liquor cabinet, stroll into the kitchen, and say, hey, what's up, Mom? Can I get a snack pack with this cup of Johnny Blue? It's not... It's not possible. Rico, someone in Metro Detroit, help me. There has to be one person who could call and explain how Troy Weaver would be allowed to make any trades right now. How?
I don't think there's anybody that can explain to you, Mike. No one. And I'm talking about no one, not a beat. No one can explain you can't let this man make any more deals. His phone disconnected. Like he gets the Kids Bob headset. Like, no, you're talking to no one right now, Troy. No, go to your room. Give me your phone. You're done.
It's astonishing. And understand, listen, I know, I keep saying this. It was funny. I talked to Cookies earlier. We were doing Cash Ticket, and he's like, I can't get you on board this whole 2-80 train. I go, no. I go, Jim, it's the NBA. They're going to win some games. He goes, what's the lowest total I could talk you into? And I didn't take a lot of time to think about it, but I said, Jim, honestly, 10 or 11. They're going to win some games. But understand, them winning a game and ending this terror of this losing streak, which, by the way, it's the only way we're going to get to force Goris to talk or force a move on Arn Tellem, Weaver, and this entire brain trust, and I use that term lightly. Look, their next 3 games are their best shot to get something. Okay, now we've made jokes, and I know Jim thinks they're never winning a game again. But like Rico and I both, like NBA guys, and we understand the way the sport works. Guys, your next 3 are your best and only in the foreseeable future. Here they are. Home against the Jazz, who are bad. Now, the Jazz are 10-17. Notice I use the word bad for a team that has 8 more wins than you, but they're bad. Then you're going to play back-to-back against the Nets, who are a 500 team. That's your best shot, because here's what's on the other side of it. You ready for this?
Oh, boy.
At the Celtics, good night. Raptors, good night now. At the Rockets, at the Jazz, but that's a road trip, because they go at Rockets, at Jazz, at Warriors, at Nuggets, Kings. The next game you would be favored in might be January 10th against the Spurs. Okay, so we made jokes like they could get to 2-30 if they lost through the new year, right?
Yeah.
Guys, we're here. It's December 21st.
Well, you remember how we used to joke with the Tigers, could the Tigers win 69? And Roberto made the song about it, and it was funny until it wasn't funny. Until all of a sudden it was like, guys, will they win 69 games? Mike, it was funny when you made the joke. Hey, who's going to have more victories this season, the Lions or the Pistons? I'd love that.
If the Lions win a game or 2 at the end here and get to 12, how could I pick the Pistons to win 10 more games?
If the Lions get to 13, I don't think anybody would take the Pistons. Think about what we're saying.
I admit this. I watched last night, and I will tell you Atlanta was already in Cabo. They didn't care. No, I'm being very serious.
And the Pistons tried what? They cut it to 5, and then Atlanta hit 2 back-to-back.
Fabulous.
Threes. Yeah,
Cade was incredible. 43, 6 and 7. I mean, he tried.
He went into FU mode. Win. Yeah, he went into FU mode. I just don't care about you guys. If you don't want to play, I will.
And they still lost.
Yeah.
So I can't make sense of any of it right now. How has ownership not said a word? How are people in this organization telling beat writers that there's no plans for a change on the horizon? And how would the general manager, sitting at 2-25 and on the precipice of challenging the all-time losing record with a team 4 years into a rebuild, how would that man be allowed to make trades? I am struggling to find a comparison. I mean this. This isn't like Mike and Rico radio hyperbole. I'm being serious. I'm 43 years old. I have been an avid sports fan since the age of 7, maybe 6 years old. This has been my life's work, essentially, doing radio. Guys, I don't really have a comp for it.
No.
If Troy Weaver's allowed to make moves.
You know what the comp, Mike, is when Quintricia was allowed to go into the draft and you knew you were going to fire them. Or Al Avila on his way out. Hey, let me make a couple of trades before I walk out the door. And both things set the organizations back because neither should have allowed that to happen.
Let me only say one thing about the Quinn Trisha thing. That was before the season had started. If Quinn Trisha were 2-11 and then the draft took place and you let them make that pick, that's here.
Well, see, here's why I will say that, because going into that draft, they were drafting for their jobs. They weren't drafting
cover
for the
your
future.
ass mode. Yes, that's why they passed on Tua and Herbert.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That's okay. We're good. We're here now. We're here. But I just had to ask you. I feel like I'm in outer space. That's all. We're not going to talk about him anymore. The drive for 25 resumes against the Jazz. Go, Jazz, go. That's all I have left.
Yeah.
Got a stat for you. We got the ticket price deal. We got the confidence level. We'll get the Lions back in the mix, and we'll do it next. 97.1. All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you. I do want to check in on the ticket text before I give you reinforcement for something I have a strong belief in regarding the Lions, and it's some really interesting numbers. But, Kenny, some of the ticket text, and I don't know if anyone can solve the conundrum I have with what we talked about last segment, but please, feel free. What do we have?
Troy or Tom need to speak, take some responsibility, or at least give fans an update.
I'll say it again. How many more losses until it happens? Surely if they set the all-time losing record, they would have to. They're 5 losses from that. But I can't even believe we've gotten here because remember something, guys. The process Sixers were designed to lose. They were a collection of fringe players that no matter how hard they try, they couldn't win. This is a team filled 4 years deep into a rebuild with lottery picks, a 34-year-old wing player like NBA veterans like Marvin Bagley. This is not that team.
And it's almost like they're waiting, I guess, until they finally win a game before they'll come out and say, see, it's not that bad. But I don't think that you should be afforded that right. You're at some point, like, why are you going silent? This is the wrong time. You're sending the wrong message. Whether you know it or not, it's the ownership apathy that you don't care. And I know you do, but that's what it feels like. Kenny, is ownership apathy. Yeah, stuff's going on, but you're going to pay the tickets. Are you? Because it's pretty empty. I mean, the biggest crowd that I've seen, non-hockey related or concert related, was the Spartan basketball game. The Pistons wish they could get that crowd. And it wasn't even sold out for the MSU. But the Pistons would kill for that crowd.
The last one on the Pistons here. Troy shouldn't be allowed to make any of these trades. It's infuriating that they're even talking about trading anybody right now. That's from Jim.
Do you believe it'll actually happen? I'm being serious now. Do you believe we would actually be on the air reporting that Troy Weaver has executed a trade? I can't wrap my mind around it.
I can, because
oh my God,
I don't think that they care. In their world, Mike, they're that meme of the little dog sitting at the table when everything else is burning around, drinking a cup of coffee, saying, "This is fine. This is fine." We're living that meme right now.
I'll say it again. The league has to step in. I don't say that lightly or to be funny, and some of you will go, "That's it's not impossible." They stepped in on Sarver. They stepped in on Sterling. You can step in on Tom Gores. This is outrageous. It's beyond the pale.
And one on the lines here, finishing touches on the man cave instead of renewing the tickets. Definitely hanging out at home rather than renewing next year.
That's the move, man. I'm telling you.
I mean, for $11,000, you can get a nice.
You do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you can get an addition to the house. You could basically.
No,
I mean, saying you could take an empty basement and trick it out.
Kenny, Rico's over here building a planetarium. I mean, come on. Let me give you the Lions thing. You guys can do what you want with it. But we led the show with it. I want to circle back to it. Yesterday I said, okay, Saturday night, best game they've played. And I don't think it was a coincidence that the starting 5 up front, the O-line, were together for only the 5th time this year. And I said, here's my opinion. My takeaway is O-line healthy, together, you win division in a playoff game. If not, you don't. They are going to dictate, not Jared Goff, not the defense, not Dan Campbell's gambling ways. They are going to dictate your success. Well, Will Birchfield, who writes for 97.1, by way of Jim Costa, who informed me of what Will Birchfield wrote, had a stat. And I think it reinforces, like, in concrete, what I said. Starting 5 linemen together, the Lions are 5-0, scoring 38.4 points a game, 421 yards a game, 179 rushing yards a game at a 5.5 yards a carry clip, and Jared Goff, no surprise, a quarterback rating of 121.73. Is it as simple as what we just said? If that starting 5 is together, you're golden. And if they're not, you're dead.
I think so, Mike. The numbers don't lie. I think that starting five together, if they play in your final 3 games, you win all 3 of your games. Now, that starting five all together in the playoffs, because the playoffs are a different animal, means you're in every game no matter who you play. You have an opportunity to win. Now, the playoffs are a little more conservative. It's a little closer to the vest. Probably not going to see as much Dan Campbell. But if your O-line can control the game and allow the running game to happen that way, which allows for play action and Laporta, yeah, you should feel good about going up against pretty much every team in the NFC.
248-539-9797. So, is that oversimplifying it? Or does it give you confidence that now that Decker, Jackson, Ragnow, Glasgow, and Sewell are back together and we got to see it on the field again, is that now bolstering your confidence? Because these last 3 games, 2 of them are not going to be easy. At Minnesota and at Dallas. Now, that last one, it may not mean anything. Therefore, I'm not including it. But the next 2, this is back against the wall for the Vikings on the road. And Dallas at home, next time you're dropping a grumpy, go look at Dallas's home and road splits. Dallas at home turns into one of Rico's comic book characters. It is something. And you're up next. Now, you win that game, we reignite Super Bowl conversation.
You can bring it back?
That's how impressed I'd be.
Wow. Okay. I think
Dallas
that's fair.
At home is oof.
So let me ask you the question.
Yeah, buddy.
Knowing what we know now, you beat Dallas at home. Is that the best victory of the year?
Ooh, boy. For the team?
Yeah.
Or in the league?
No, I would say for the team.
I would say it'd be bigger than beating Kansas City on opening night with no Travis Kelce.
Yep. And I was going to say, because I think that's the one that Lions fans are still holding on to. Yeah, you beat Dallas on the road. Yeah, that was the biggest victory. In the league, I don't think, no.
No, I was just making sure I was answering it correctly. Just want to see something, my man. If I can get the road home splits here while we're just chatting.
No, we can't.
Because I'm telling you, it's unbelievable.
No.
Like on a very simplistic level, here are the home results. They won by beat the Jets 30-10, beat the Pats 38-3. They beat the Rams 43-20, beat the brakes off the Giants 49-17. Hey, Washington, happy Thanksgiving, dead 45-10. Seattle shootout 41-35, dropped a bomb on the Eagles 33-13. Dude, they don't just beat people at home, they bomb them. You go down there and get that kind of win with seating on the line? Prime time?
Yeah.
8:15 at night?
Oh, that,
come on.
Yeah, that just, congratulations. You just locked up the number 2 seed overall. And
in
now
our
you're
hearts and our minds.
Yeah, and now I don't know what would happen if they ended up tied with the Niners for record. I don't know who wins that.
You know what? I stay away from all tie-break scenarios until there's 2 games left.
Got you.
It's just too hard for me. Now, okay. So here's the splits. Cowboys home and away. Away, they're 3-4. At home, they're 7-0. Right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. They score 39.9 points at home, 21.7 on the road. They allow 15 a game at home, 22.3 on the road. They average, you ready for this? Third down percentage at home, 53.6%. On the road, 42%. Like, just some base splits. Wow. They're a different animal. You go down there and win that game, you can start saying the words S and B. I just don't see it. But let's have a conversation about the stat. Let's see where you're at with that. And if you want to, you want to roll in about the Pistons? You want to roll in about what we brought up, how the hell Weaver's being allowed to make a move? How are people in that organization rifling delusion to beat writers? Go ahead. As Doug likes to say, it's an open line format. 248-539-9797. We will get to your calls on all sorts of topics next. 97.1. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, plenty of generators in stock. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, take $100 off that next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, to the people. Let's go to Mike on a cell. We've got a number of topics in the hopper. People excited to talk. Let's do it. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, man.
Hey, sorry, I was waiting there. I didn't know I was on. Monty Williams, what is wrong with him? Why doesn't he play Ivy? I haven't watched him forever. I got to correct myself or come clean. I haven't watched since the first week. I was so excited. They were 2-2, but he wasn't playing Ivy, and I don't know if he is yet now, but I kind of read comments and see that he's not.
Yeah.
Can he coach or no? Or is that just a huge mistake?
Well, okay. So let's do it this way. At the time you got Monty, it was a big swing. I don't think anybody could rip it. People were upset nationally. Oh, my God, look what they paid. Here's the problem. From the jump, Rico and I said, Monty's great, but that can't be your biggest acquisition.
Right.
Unfortunately, cutscene, it was. Yeah. Because your offseason consisted of the dead body of Joe Harris, paying beef stew, and writing a love letter. So here's what you have now. Monty is in a situation, he looks like he's got buyer's remorse. He looks like, I didn't need the money this bad. This is a nightmare. And I'm stuck here because I have golden handcuffs on. I am making $13 million a year to coach garbage. Monty is a good coach, but here's your problem. I don't know that Troy ever wanted him. This was a Goris production. 2, his offense is very perimeter-oriented. What have I highlighted? Troy has built a team from 1990. This team cannot shoot. That's why you look at Asur Thompson standing in the corner shooting 15% from deep. The pieces don't fit. You had to bribe the coach to come here. I'm not sure the GM wanted him. The roster doesn't fit what the coach does.
Nope.
Chaos. Where am I wrong, Rico Beard?
You're not. You're right across the board. Because that was the thing. I thought that maybe Monty's going to come in here. He's going to retool this team. He's going to go get his guys. He hasn't. You're not seeing any movement. You don't have a team that's made for what he did out in Phoenix when they were just shooting tons of threes. Your draft pick in Asur Thompson, I remember saying if you put him and his twin brother together, you may have a decent NBA player. But, yeah, you got the guy who can rebound and can dunk, but he can't shoot threes. But yet you're asking him to do that along with your other players who can't do that. And in this NBA, you have to be able to hit threes and knock them down. So I don't know what they are. They don't know what they are. They just go out there every day. They try hard. It's not like they quit. They're just not very good. And that's why you're in the middle of this 24-game losing streak. And can you hit double-digit wins? That's what we're asking for now. That's where the bar is. Can you get to win number 10 for the season? Because right now, you're looking at going 0 for November and December.
Don and Novi, 97.1. Donnie, what's going on, bud?
That's why you're in the middle of this.
Don, you got to turn your radio down.
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay, my fault. I was the gentleman that called you. I think we had talked last year, and you were saying get a GM another year, and I was telling you to fire that GM right now. That's where we at, man. Get rid of that GM, man. He had a playoff team. He had
There's
a
no
playoff
disagreement.
team. They just, man. I ain't never seen.
All I said last year, Don, to anyone who called up wanting him gone was, I will know whether I want him fired by summer. And when he went into summer and did nothing, and when their offseason was helping the Nets sign the player that you should have been signing in Cameron Johnson, that told me everything. And now I'm in disbelief he's still here. I truly am shocked.
And I don't stay too far from Little Caesar. I wouldn't pay a quarter to go see him. Not a quarter. They should give the tickets away free.
Would you go if they? Hey Don, would you go if they were free?
No, because I'm used to a different standards for the Pistons, man. No, I would not. I don't even watch them on TV.
Well,
I don't even watch them on TV.
I have good news for you.
Yeah.
No one else does. Only sickos like us. You let us do it for you. We will waste our life doing it. It's what we're paid to do.
But it's almost invigorating. It's
I love it.
You know
Sad
it is?
Kelser is my oxygen.
It is the it's like when you watch that bad TV show that you're almost ashamed to tell people you actually watch and follow and
yeah,
you know
this
all the
is my
storylines.
Bravo TV right here.
Yes.
The Pistons. And watching, like, George calling it like it's Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Final. Count that baby in a foul. George, they're down 23.
They gravitate to anything positive and accentuate it like nobody's business.
I do, there is something, there's something magical about dead eyes Mickey York. Like, there's nothing behind the eyes. His soul has been taken. They go to Mick in the studio, and he's like, another night of sitting at this desk. I can't get enough.
Right, he's just thinking,
so good.
It's almost payday. It's almost payday.
I'm Mickey York, and I can't wait for the 31st. Let's go to Cliff in Rochester. Cliff, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Thank you for taking my call. As a middle-aged man, this is rock bottom for me, calling about a winless or two-win Pistons team. But I have a little theory here.
Okay.
Goris is an equity guy, and all he cares about is money, right? Weaver's trying to attract players, but nobody wants to play here. So I was watching the Vegas Raiders play, and before they came to Vegas, they were worth about $2 billion, and then there was a stat that they're now worth $6 billion. So if I'm an equity guy, wouldn't it make sense to maybe go where the money is and maybe try to move the team somewhere? Could this all be contrived to just tank and
well, Cliff, here's the thing.
The fan base so riled up?
Cliff, if it's worth $6 billion now, it may be worth $8 billion in another year. The money's only going to keep going up in value. So the longer he holds on to the team, more money he's going to make when he eventually sells, if he eventually sells.
I don't think he's going to sell. I think the whole plan is to just get the fan base so just apathetic that nobody cares, and then they just pack it up and move because he's got no building, and Weaver's probably in his ear saying, hey, we want these guys, but nobody wants to play here. Let's go somewhere else. Doesn't it make sense?
Here's the one thing I would say, and maybe I'm crazy. I still view the Pistons from an Eastern Conference standpoint. They are one of the very few teams that has multiple championships. They have 5 championships as a team. They have 2 eras that are some of the most iconic in NBA basketball. Now, you'll say, well, the Seattle Supersonics left. Dude, they had one magical year in 78. The reality is that was still jarring, and it was a stadium play. Mm-hmm. I just can't see the league allowing the Detroit Pistons to move. I might be a babe in the woods on that. Can't see it. No. This ain't the Charlotte Hornets, man.
The Las Vegas Pictons.
The Pictons. that piece of audio is still, it's so wild, but it was a harbinger. Thank you, Commissioner Silver. Let's go to Spencer, 97.1. What's up, Spence?
Mike, I don't like you, man. I love you.
Oh, okay.
And I say this because, Rico, I don't just like you, dude. I adore you because one thing you guys don't get credit for, and I travel constantly, whether you're in Miami, Washington, D.C., L.A., New York City, Atlanta, to have an African-American and an Italian host a drive time radio program, a top 10 market, is amazing. And a lot of people, and the reason I said I loved you, Mike, because no one predicted you would have hired a person like Rico.
Oh, my.
A columnist. And Rico didn't come, obviously he had talent from Lansing, but this was a trained journalist combined with your talent and acumen as a 20-year veteran having success in this marketplace. So before I go to my point, I just wanted to let you guys know I don't think you get enough credit for being what you guys are in a top 10 market that's not replicated from Los Angeles to New York to D.C., Atlanta, Dallas. No other market at this drive time has an African-American and a white radio host doing what you guys are doing, and no one compliments you for that.
I'll take. Rico, it's the holiday season. I'll take it. Yeah. Let's keep it going. Now, what do you got on the Pistons? We're on a roll. Let's talk.
Oh, thank you for allowing me to say that. I just wanted to congratulate you guys for doing what you don't get credit for having. It's not replicated anywhere. But Troy Weaver in Oklahoma City was an assistant general manager. What did he accomplish there? He's hired and has been given 4 or 5 years to bring in nothing but reclamation projects, top 10 and top 15 draft choices that other organizations deemed were not fit, not only to be given a second contract, but in a lot of instances were not even deemed, like James Weissman, to be given the end of their first contract. And what's even more amazing is that Troy Weaver used to be on the morning program. He used to be routinely, weekly on the morning program. At a time when he needs to be speaking the most, he's now dormant, silent.
Yeah, there's
and nobody is saying, where is Arm Tellem?
Oh,
and
it drives me crazy. Arn, how about Arn hiring his son Eric as your head of pro personnel?
Mike,
Please.
I was just about to say the most amazing thing on top of Arm Tellem being a former agent with no general manager or vice president of operational training, hiring his son who only worked as I don't want to degrade his background. No. He worked for the Warriors as an intern, and then worked for the Maple Leafs organization, but had no training as a director of scouting. Now to be in that position for the Pistons, and when you now look at what they're, as you guys so eloquently stated, he built a team that did not fit the requisite requirements for what Monty Williams had already accomplished. And Monty Williams was the right coach at the wrong time to bring him to a Pistons team that it was seeking to develop a core for the next 4 or 5 years into a leading organization. He needed to go to a team on the cusp of winning.
Absolutely.
Milwaukee Bucks.
But Spencer, that's why they paid him that much. And I appreciate the phone call and the kind words were up against it, but
I'd like to congratulate you, Rico.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just felt like saying it. I'm in the giving mood. It's tremendous. No,
can I have $1,000?
Yes.
All right.
It's exciting. No, I just
$1,000 gift card.
How many of? Hey, here's the other thing. You hire Arn Tellem, you got 9 of his former players. How's that worked out?
The sad reality is, I think they're still trying to win. And they believe that this is going to turn around. And they're the only ones that see that. All right.
Yeah, right.
Kenny's telling us we're number 1.
Okay, then. 97.1.